much for having me here today. I am an education policy researcher, so my presentation is going to be more of an application of how we are using Paradata in my field to come up with measures of student effort. So this work that I'm presenting today is motivated by the fact that women remain underrepresented in math and science fields. And so reducing these gender gaps is an important policy concern. And we see that despite progress, girls still lag behind in most countries in their performance in international assessments in these areas of math and science. While they seem to have an advantage in reading, and these gender gaps in math and science, they could be contributing to eventually women being less represented into these STEM fields. And there is a lot of research on this area in education policy where they have looked at multiple factors behind, including socioeconomic and cultural factors like parents and teachers' attitudes, stereotypes, self-confidence, self-efficacy, parental occupation, or even the country's level of gender equality. But the concern that we have in this work is that student motivation and effort can be also important for us to understand gender gaps, in the sense that if student academic motivation and effort vary by gender, this could be affecting our understanding of the gaps. And there is some work on that, and a lot of this work has used different alternative measures of student effort, some of them based on Paradata. So some early work by Ballard and Osterberg, they use measures of declining performance in the PISA study test as the test progresses. So we see that as kids are taking a test, their probability of getting responses correct goes down as the test progresses, but it seems that girls are able to sustain more effort than boys, and that they compensate part of the lack of knowledge by putting forward more effort. So if we look at maybe assessments that are shorter, we see that gender gaps are larger than when the assessment is very long, because girls are able to sustain effort longer. And James Solan has also worked find similar results in the US. He uses Paradata on response times in the questions, and finds that adjusting for student effort measured as rapid guessing in the test, also gender gaps in math will be wider because girls put forward more effort. And I have similar work also looking at PISA, where we do see that student effort can account between 36% and 40% of the standard deviation will be wider when we account for effort in favor of boys. So in this paper, we use data also from the PISA assessment to try to get further understanding on the role of student motivation and effort on these observed gender gaps in performance. We use both self-reports in the survey on student motivation, as well as what we call direct measures of student effort that are based on Paradata, both from the survey and that comes after the assessment and the PISA test. We try to improve. One of the main issues with self-reports in measures of student effort is that they have been shown to be biased by reference group bias. If kids from different backgrounds, or in this case gender, may have different ideas of what it means to put forward effort, and they use the scales in the question differently. So PISA in 2015 included anchoring vignettes to try to correct for that, and we try to do that in this work too, to improve our self-reported data, and then use other measures to compare. And then we want to see how this affects performance and how it might be affected by gender inequality in different countries. So in particular, I study the following questions. I want to see what are the observed gender differences in vignette adjusted student self-reports, so the best we can in self-reports, as well as more direct measures of student effort based on Paradata across countries. how do these measures contribute to the observed gender gaps in performance that we have, and then how they relate potentially with gender inequality in different countries. So I'm going to talk about the data and the measures that we use, these self-reports, vignettes, and our direct measures. I'm going to show you just descriptive statistics of gender differences on all those, how they relate to each other, and then how they relate to performance and how they relate to gender inequality. So the data comes from PISA 2015. If you are not familiar with it, this is a triannual survey across multiple countries where they test around 15, 16 years old. They test them in tests, in math, reading, and science subjects. So we used 2015 because this was the first time that the assessment was done in the computer. So we can use response times to each question to build our measures of student motivation. So we have to restrict the sample to the 58 countries that took the computer test. PISA does multiple assessments, so we focus on the kids that took the traditional math, science, and reading assessment. The test was long, so the maximum time is about 120 minutes. We eliminated some observations because they presented total test times that were much larger than that. We think that some of the instructor forgot to close the computer and some instances like that, but we didn't want to contaminate the results. So we cap it at what PISA says, which the maximum was 120 minutes. After the assessment, kids take a survey with questions about their background, their household, and things like that. And we use also some paradata from the survey. So in terms of the questionnaire in the survey includes self-reported measures of motivation. This is specifically the question that PISA has. In these 5, kids have to indicate whether they strongly disagree to strongly agree in these 5 statements. And as I said, one issue is that students from different countries or from different gender within countries might differ on how they use this scale, how they interpret these questions. So PISA included these 3 vignettes to try to adjust for this different use of the scales. And we will use those. But when we look further at the self-reported questions, we notice that these questions actually were capturing 2 different domains that differ by gender. So question 1, 2, and 5 refer more to motivation in school. And we will see that in this case, girls tend to report higher values, whereas in questions 3 and 4, they don't mention school, so we call them like capture general motivation, and we will see that the boys tend to report higher values in 3 and 4, so we treat them as separately. Then we use the non-parametric vignette approach to correct the self-reports. The idea is just to look at how the self-reports compare responses compared to the responses in the vignettes, and we expand the scale to anchor the responses. However, we noticed that in terms of this concept of student motivation, at least the vignettes presented in PISA didn't work great. We found a lot of ties and inconsistencies across students on rating their vignettes. And in fact, over 50% of the PISA sample presented these vignettes inconsistencies, ties between the vignette 2 and 3. So at the end, we use them, but we only use the first 2 vignettes as that resulted to be the best option. I think this speaks to the difficulty of measuring student motivation through self-reports. So that's why we try to come up with alternative measures. In education, there is recent literature that has proposed that looking at paradata for searching for direct measures of survey or test effort could be an alternative measure of student motivation and effort, and it has been found to be related to non-cognitive skills like conscientiousness and academic diligence. The idea is that if you think of the PISA assessment, kids are taking these assessments, these surveys in school. For them, they look a lot like homework. So if we get measures of how much effort they put in these assessments, this might be a good indicator of how much effort they usually put on homework or work that is given to them in school. So in this work, we use two direct measures of student effort. We use rapid guessing in the test. So we use the Paradata on response times for each question to get a measure of rapid guessing as a measure of low effort in the test. We measure rapid guessing as the percentage of questions in the test that students respond with a time of less than 10% of their country-specific mean response time. 10% is a threshold that has been proposed in the literature, and we have prior work where we studied this more in detail, and we found that this 10% threshold worked well for this PISA survey. When we look at accuracy rates of rapid guess responses, they were much lower than those of responses that were classified as solution behavior. So we think it's working well. On average, we have the students rapid guess about 3% of the questions in PISA. And then we look at non-response in the survey. The idea is that what the literature has found in education is that non-response in surveys might be a good indicator of students that are fully disengaged. Maybe they don't try hard in the test. Maybe they don't rapid guess, but they just don't try. But then they might not try in the survey. The advantage is that the survey is usually less cognitive demanding. These are simple questions, so the fact that they are skipping questions in the survey might be a good indicator of disengagement. We have research by Colin Heath and co-authors that finds that skipping questions in multiple longitudinal studies, when kids skip questions in their teen years, like 16 years old, like PISA's type of sample, and they follow these kids over time, skipping questions at 16 in this type of surveys was predicted of final level of education and labor outcomes later in life, even after controlling for cognitive ability measures. So we think this is a good measure of disengagement. So we use it also as the percentage of questions that students leave blank. So when we look at patterns of response, so this is represented self-reported academic motivation by gender. We see that in this self-reported measure, overall, in most countries, 37 out of 54, we see that girls report higher levels of academic motivation than boys. And this pattern remains even when we use our adjustment with vignettes, with the caveat that vignettes didn't work really great in PISA for this concept. However, as I mentioned, when we look at these two questions that are capturing more like general motivation, the gender patterns reverse. So in this case, we see that in most countries, boys report higher levels of general motivation than girls. In 34 out of 54 countries, that's the case. But and that's the same with vignettes. But when we look at our Paradata direct measures of effort, we look at rapid guessing in the test, we see clear patterns that boys tend to show lower effort by rapid guessing more than girls in a great majority of countries. That happens in 46 out of 54 countries in PISA. And the same patterns are seen when we look at item non-response as a measure of survey effort. We see in 42 out of 54 countries, boys skip more questions than girls. So overall, it seems that except for general motivation, self-reports, when it comes to terms of academic motivation of effort in tasks that look like homework, girls tend to put forward more effort in most countries than boys. We also look at the relationship between these measures, and we see this is for academic motivation and adjusted for vignettes. We do see some correlations in the expected relationship. We do see that survey non-response and rapid guessing are negatively correlated with self-reported academic motivation, but and that this correlation gets better when we adjust for vignettes. The correlation is larger. But it's interesting that we see that those correlations appear to be larger for boys than for girls. And we see similar patterns for general motivation. Again, this is one where girls report lower levels, but we find those negative correlations as before between the Paradata student motivation measures and the self-reports. But again, it seems to be larger, especially for rapid guessing, it seems to be larger for boys than for girls. So then we study how these measures of student effort relate to their performance in the PISA test in the 3 subjects, science, math, and reading. We just ran regressions of performance on female dummies because we are interested on the gender gaps. We want to see how these gender gaps change when we include self-reported measures and we include our Paradata student effort measures. We estimate 3 different models, a simple model just capturing gender gaps. Then we include country fixed effects and student background characteristics. And then we add student motivation and effort. And the idea is to compare the coefficients of females, so the gender gaps, when we don't control for effort, and in model B with the ones we obtain when we control for effort in model C. So this table shows for science, math, and reading our estimated effects. Again, what we are interested here is to see how the gender gaps change, especially between model B and model C. And what you see, this is for all countries together with country fixed effects. So what you see is that overall, once we control for a student effort, because girls put forward more effort in most of these measures, what we see is that gender gaps in science and math will, if we take out the effect of effort, they will be larger than what we originally had. Or in other words, it seems that because girls put forward more effort in assessments or in schoolwork than boys, we see that gender gaps in knowledge might be larger than what we are capturing, because they compensate part of the knowledge by just trying harder and answering more questions. In reading is where girls traditionally outperform boys, and what we see is that if we take into account effort, then the gap will be smaller, meaning again that girls get part of their performance in this test through putting forward more effort than boys. And this happens in a majority of countries. Here is for different countries, we are comparing the estimated effect for gender in model B when we don't control for effort, and in the light gray when in model C when we control for effort. And we see in most countries, what we see is that the once we control for effort in the light gray, the gender gaps for math in this case will be larger. So if we count for science and math, that happens in 80% of the countries in our sample. In those countries, motivation and effort helps girls improve their performance relative to boys. But we still have some different countries. We have 20% of countries where it's the opposite, where it seems that boys, motivation and effort is helping boys more than girls. It's also interesting to see that when we look at the change in the gender gap, in the 80% of countries where motivation and effort helps get the girls achieve more, we see that the change in the gap is much larger than when in the 20% of countries where motivation and effort helps boys. So in most countries, girls are putting forward more effort that is helping them achieve more in comparison with boys, and that contributes to the gap more than in the 20% of countries where it's helping boys. So finally, we were interested on, okay, given these 2 different patterns, to what extent maybe this is due to gender inequality. So then we take data from the Gender Inequality Index from the United Nations, and very descriptively, we just look at average values of this index between the countries that where motivation and effort helps girls improve their assessment and countries where it helps boys. And higher levels of this index, the GII index, indicate more inequality. So we do see that in countries where motivation and effort is helping girls, those are more gender equal countries than in those where it's helping boys.
Gemma, you have about 5 minutes.
Awesome. I'm about to wrap up.
Okay, thanks.
So in our work, we've been documenting in how different student motivation and effort can affect our understanding of gender gaps. We find that it's very difficult to capture these concepts through self-reports. Even in PISA, we find that the questions that they have for it, they have different patterns. They might be captured into different dimensions, one more academic-oriented, one more general motivation-oriented. But when we look at our more direct measures based on the Paradata, we see that in most countries, the girls do better. And then we tried to improve self-reports with the coding vignettes. That was very challenging in this context. We did analysis of the vignettes. We do see differences on how they are using the scale. So girls appear to use the strain points of the scale more. They are more harsh in the lower levels, but they are not, but they are not that harsh at the top. And we had a lot of inconsistencies, so this was complicated. So that's why we went into this thinking of these direct measures based on Paradata, and in those we saw this clear pattern with girls showing more effort across all countries. These measures do seem to be correlated in the expected direction, but it seems to be that the correlations might be stronger for boys than for girls, so something to think about. And in line with prior work, we do see that student effort can play a role on understanding gender gaps. We see in most countries, motivation and effort helps girls improve their performance. Whereas there is a few countries where it's the opposite. We also see that these countries where motivation and effort help girls improve performance, they are more gender equal. And in these countries, girls on average present higher levels of academic motivation and effort, whereas in the countries that where student motivation helps boys, they do report higher levels of this general motivation. I think in terms of future work and thinking about Paradata, something that we still need to understand is more is about explore the sources of these differences on student motivation and effort across different measures, and what this Paradata is actually capturing, and how we could combine this information to come up with better measures of these difficult concepts. Thank you.
Okay, wonderful. Thanks, Gemma. You just got another round of applause. So sorry, I'm slow to the tap on that again. Let's open up the floor for questions for Gemma. Okay, Cameron.
I'm not sure if this is a question or a comment, but that was really cool. And I think it's a really clear and nice use of why Paradata can help in this work. It's just so clear, especially comparing it to the self-reports. I guess I wonder if there's an opportunity here for this research to inform as more and more educational, like in school, students are using this sort of testing and assessments for everyday work. If there's a way to use this sort of Paradata to provide feedback as students are learning both how to take these tests, but also just in their general performance.
Yeah, that's exactly how we are thinking about it. I think, like you said, like more and more assessments are made in a school, and those assessments, this type of tests that kids take in a school, they all have this Paradata, at least some skipping questions or like time that they take to do these questions. And I think we are not looking at that data enough, because how I see this is that when we look at the test score of a kid, there are two things that go into the test score: how much they know and how willing they are putting effort to tell us what they know. So there are two ways to come up with a score. And I think even as a teacher or as a parent, you want to know if your kid got this score, if he tried hard, or it was one of those days that they were skipping questions and doing that. So I totally see it also as a potential to build information for an early warnings indicator for a student disengagement, where you can see like kids are not as engaged in these activities in a school. So I think there is yeah, that's something that is a dream of mine, like kind of bring this data to be better used for educational information.
Okay, thanks. Yep, Henning.
Yeah, thank you. I also thought that's a clear example of use of Paradata. I was wondering, so you controlled for a country, but I also thought there might be maybe school effects or class effects or instructor effects. Did you look into that too?
Yeah, that's our we have to do that. In the ones I presented today, no, but we are working on that, on adding the school effects. We do lose some because some schools don't have like they are gender specific schools. So we need to look into that. Like in some countries that might be more common than in other countries. So that was one reason not to do it like with a school, within a school, just because we used that gender comparison that we were interested. But we should go back to it and look at the results. We have it somewhere. I know we've been working on that.
Thanks. Yeah, Seth, and then we'll come to Jet.
Hey, thanks. This is very cool. And I'd like you to give me comments on my paper with Lynn, because it's it's similar and you probably know more than we do. I just have a quick question. It is a factual question about the data. Like, what is on the PISA? Like, do you have timing just on the total time of the test? Do you have it on each item?
Question by question.
Question by question. But do you use that here, question by
Yeah,
question?
so we look at, so it's the rate of rapid guessing. It's like the percentage of questions a student rapid guess when he took the test.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it.
Okay, we had some chat questions too. Yep, two questions. Yep.
First, do I understand it correctly that the vignettes didn't work well? And if so, did you have ideas on alternatives?
Yeah, so in this case, the vignettes that PISA developed didn't work well, especially the first two vignettes. Let me go back. I think it's just hard. I don't know if it's a matter of how they wrote the vignettes and kids being confused about them, but especially like the medium and like a high level were not score in the order that you would think, and they had many ties and inconsistencies. So we used the low and medium vignette, but the medium and high had problems. They do improve, like, you know, when we compare the correlation between our Paradata measures and the self-reports, they do improve the correlation. So they are working in the expected a little bit, but they are not ideal in the sense that we can only use two vignettes and not the three that they were proposed. I don't know. I think it's a very hard concept to come up with the scenarios, and maybe it's a matter of like the specific vignettes that PISA came, and more work will be needed here to see if we could come up with better vignette adjustments. I know that PISA also had vignettes, and I have worked with them for other concepts, and those were where they were working well. But in this case of student motivation, they didn't work, which I think it's just maybe a difficult concept to capture in a vignette, or just the specific text that these vignettes use.
All right, thank you. And next, I wonder about using this type of Paradata to identify different types of disengagement. For example, students who skip, generally indicating maybe lack of conscientiousness, versus students who are quick to decide a question, may be difficult, and skip in an efficient way.
Yeah, so no, that's something we've been thinking a lot, and I do think that the different paradata is capturing different type of kids. I do think that when we look at the survey specifically, if you skip questions in the survey when the questions are easy, that tells you more about these kids that are fully disengaged, that they just don't want to do this thing. Whereas when you look at the test, that's different. Who is rapid guessing in the test? So the idea is to come up, so that was something that we thought about, like how you use the time of response of these questions. The idea is to come up with a threshold, such as is just, it's not a matter of someone who is very smart and responds very quickly, but it's such a short time that there is no way the kid has really the question properly, and that then is really rapid guessing, just clicking. But I do think that the kids that do that are probably different than the kids that just don't answer. The other thing I will mention about the PISA test in the computer is that kids, which I think is an advantage for this measure, is that kids couldn't go back. So they couldn't go and be strategic and skip now questions I don't know and then come back. Once there were a set of questions that were presented together, maybe 3 questions, and once you completed those 3 in different screens, that are related to the same topic, then you couldn't come back. So I think that that eliminates kind of some potential strategy of how to take tests that might affect of how we interpret this measure.
Okay, another one from the chat. Was it possible for students to go back during the test completion? If
No,
yes, were you able? Yeah.
Yeah, so they only couldn't go back within a set of questions that were related to each other, but once they submitted, they cannot go back.
Okay, let's take one more in the room and then we'll move on to our next presenter.
Gemma, thank you for this presentation. I'm wondering about validation. I think especially because your measure of self-reported motivation wasn't well correlated with rapid guessing. Maybe these things are just measuring different things, or maybe rapid guessing isn't a good indicator of motivation. And I think it's especially important because rapid guessing could mean overconfidence, or it could mean, many other things. So how are you thinking about validating the use of Paradata as an indicator of effort?
Yeah, so we have prior work before we got into applying it to understand gender gaps. We do have prior work that has more on the validation of these different measures. So it's kind of hard, right? Because if you so one way is to compare it with self-reports, but we know self-reports have problems. So I think the best validation we have, and we don't have that for rapid guessing, but they have compared these measures across, with different self-reports. And like I said, it comes related to things like conscientiousness, diligence. So it's capturing some of those concepts. But for instance, for the survey non-response, the best validation that I think we have is because we have longitudinal studies. We can see if kids do this behavior now when they are teenagers, what happens to them later in life? Is this predicted of outcomes that we expect to be related to things? So we think this captures like conscientiousness, diligence. So does this correlate with education, even when we control for the cognitive test that they are taking at that age? And we do have that, especially for survey non-response. I think there is more work to be done on rapid guessing.
Okay, thank you very much, Gemma. Let's give her another round of applause. Very good talk. Thank you. Okay, great. Moving along, we now have an in-person presentation. So our next guest will be Lynn Schofield. She's from Swarthmore College, and she's going to be, in case you didn't realize, Cameron's also from there. Sorry about that. She'll be talking about using response times to refine and augment estimates of latent constructs. So thank you, Lynn, for joining us. You can move back and forth. There's a pointer too. So, yep.
Hi, everyone. Thanks so much for having me. I want to point out that this is work that is joint with Seth Sanders, who's in the back of the room. So maybe we can whoop up for him as well. Cornell.
All right, now we got it. Okay.
Awesome. Okay. Thank you so much. So also thank you, because I think our presentation really is a great one to follow the last one that just came in, because we're going to be focusing also on sort of using Paradata in ways to think about augmenting, in our case, specifically cognitive tests, right, which are sort of ubiquitous across surveys and assessments. Now, I want to give a little bit of a background about most tests are often scored using something called classical test theory, which is this sort of very easy thing. It's what most of us use in our classrooms, right? You sort of grade the test, you add up the number of items a person got correct. So if it's a 10-item test, they got 8 correct, their score becomes 8 out of 10, or 80% in this case. We're going to use something called item response theory, which I'm going to get to in a little while, and there's going to be some sort of obvious reasons for why to do that. And we're going to try to augment these measures of cognition using response times. Now, while lots of you all in the room are thinking about response times and the ways of how this is going to help you monitor data quality or survey efficiency, there's 2 groups of people that are also thinking pretty hard about response times in completely different settings. So the first are cognitive neuroscientists. Now, they're doing this in very specific lab settings where things are very controlled and conditioned. And they're asking questions that are very easy. Something like, we're going to give you 50 letters that are going to pop up on the screen, and you're going to press the space bar every time you see a K. And so they're measuring these sort of very simple, very things. And as they've done that, they've been able to find that these response times can be used as another form of a measure of cognition. The other group who are thinking about response times pretty hard are psychometricians like myself. And they're using it to think about how they might use response times to lower the measurement error that comes when you estimate cognition using a kind of a test score of some form. So we're going to pull both of those groups in to the work that we're doing here. So the 2 questions that we are particularly interested in is understanding essentially whether or not using response times in a survey setting, so not in these sort of very conditioned lab settings or these very conditioned educational testing settings, can those be used to help us come up with a more refined measure of the latent construct that's being measured? And we're going to use theta to represent that latent construct. And then we're also interested in whether there's sort of signal in the survey-based response time completely on its own that's going to help us understand other possible outcomes that we might see along the way. So we're going to do this in the case of the PSID data. And in particular, we're going to use the 2016 Wellbeing and Daily Life Supplement. And the reason we're going to do that is because there's 4 sections in that supplement that give us these sort of cognitive and non-cognitive measures. So section J gives us a quantitative reasoning test. That's going to be sort of one of the key independent variables in the case of what we're doing. The reason we're using that is because we have data there at the item level. So we both know something about the accuracy, the response accuracy, how well people did on that. And we also have item level response times for section J. We are then going to try to use section J to project section J to try to predict some of the other things, particularly a financial literacy, which is kind of another math test, if you will, a verbal reasoning test, and then like our last presentation, sort of understanding the ways in which this might help us understand conscientiousness. We are from the main survey going to pull education and gender, just so we have some sort of additional things. And it's important to note that we are only including the 6182 individuals who took the survey, actually I should say the supplement, via the web, because those are the people for whom we have this sort of item level response time data within there. Okay, so just to give a little bit of a background about that sort of initial math test that I talked about. It's a little complicated how it's done. So every individual in the study receives the first block of questions, which are 3 questions on there. So that's everybody gets those. And then based on how they do on those first 3, it sends them into another one of the blocks that they've got. So if they do very poorly, they get none of the answers correct on block 1, they get sent to block 2, which is the easiest of all of the questions that are on there. If they get 1 correct, they get sent to block 3. If they get 2 correct, block 4. And if they get all 3 correct, they get sent to block 5. And then using this means every person gets 6 questions, but every person doesn't get the same 6 questions. And that's why we're going to need that item response theory down the road, because getting a score of 5 means something very different if the way that you got 5 was by getting all 3 of block 1 correct and then only 2 of block 5 correct, versus getting 2 of block 1 correct and then all 3 of block 4 correct. Those are going to mean something very, very different. Okay, so these are the actual questions. You can see that this is sort of a question that's about patterns, right? So the very first question, they say, okay, tell us what the blank is between 8, 12, and 14. Hopefully you can all figure out that that answer should be 10, right? And there's a couple of things I want you to notice, right? So first is this sort of point that I just made, is that everybody received all of the 3 questions in block 1, but different groups of people got questions from block 2, 3, 4, and 5. Now, one thing to note is that the vast majority, right, over 2/3 of people got all 3 of block 1 questions correct. These are not particularly difficult questions that they're being asked. And so the vast majority ended up in block 5. But we do have some people that are getting, block 2, 3, and 4, depending on how they did on block 1. Now, I'm going to talk in a little bit about what this thing here is, but this is what we're going to call a difficulty parameter. So the way to understand this is that lower values of this mean easier questions, and higher values of this mean harder questions along the way. And usually a score of about 0 is about an average question, right? So first, just note that this is a relatively easy test. The other thing to note is that block 2 and block 3 are actually easier than block 1. And hopefully that also makes sense, right? If you did not do well on block 1, we want to give you easier questions to get a better sense of exactly where your sort of ability is. Versus if you did relatively well on block 1, you got 2 or 3 of the questions correct, we're then going to give you harder questions in block 4 and block 5. The other thing to note, and while it's not a 1-to-1 ratio, is that there is a relationship between how difficult an item is and how long it will take an individual to accomplish that item on average, right? So the hardest question on the test, which is the last problem on block 5, took on average like 3.5 minutes to solve, whereas the easiest question, which turns out to be in block 3, took only 9.2 seconds on average, right? So there's going to be this relationship that we're going to have to account for of how long on average it's taking people to answer these questions and how difficult the questions are. Okay, so I'm going to give you a 1-minute introduction to item response theory, understanding, of course, that you could take an entire class in item response theory. So the basic idea in item response theory is that in comparison to classical test theory, we're going to understand that the probability that you can answer a question correctly is based on 2 things. It's based both on an individual's ability itself, that theta that we were talking about, but it's also based on characteristics of the item itself. So a very common sort of standard model has 2 parameters or 2 characteristics of the item. One is what's known as the discrimination parameter, and that's allowing us to discriminate between, that's telling us how well the item discriminates between a high ability and a low ability individual. So higher values of this mean that it does a better job of discriminating between high and low ability individuals. And the second is that difficulty parameter that I was just sort of showing you before, right? And so higher values of this means that on average, the probability that a person's going to answer that correctly is lower as we move our way through. The key is that what item response theory does, because it's looking at things at the item level, is that it is going to matter both how many items a person answers correctly and which items it answers correctly. And it makes it possible for us to score people on the same scale, even if they're getting different answers, right? And that's why this is so important based on sort of the structure of what we showed you of that math reasoning test that we had, because everybody got very different questions along the way. So let's imagine a world in which nobody ever makes a silly mistake. And no one ever can guess an answer that they don't know an answer to, right? So this is going to sort of be a world where that discrimination parameter is like 5 billion, right? It's really, really large. It's going to discriminate people really well. Let's also imagine a world in which we can give every single solitary person, we have an infinite number of items, and everybody has enough time to answer all of those items, right? Now, in this world, the score that an individual would receive using item response theory would be the value of the difficulty level that is the highest item that they got correct before they switched over to getting items incorrect. Now, of course, people make mistakes, right? I often, even though I have a PhD in statistics, add 7 and 8 and get 17. It's why I don't balance our checkbook at home, right? It's also possible that people are going to guess things. It's also possible that items aren't going to be particularly well written. That happens. So the mathematics underneath this is a little bit different, but that's the basic idea, is that the difficulty value and the theta values are on the same scale. And so essentially, if you're getting harder questions correctly, then that's going to sort of help us account for where your theta score is going to be along the way. So everyone's going to get a theta value, and in item response theory, especially for small tests, we're only going to be able to give so many values for theta. So if everybody had only taken block 3, right, then everybody who got all of them incorrect, only going to take block 1, everyone who got all of them incorrect is going to get the same theta value. Everyone who got all of them correct is going to get the same theta value, and so on and so forth. People are going to get different values for theta depending on which of the 1 that they got correct, if they only got 1 correct, and which of the 2 they got correct, if they only got 2 correct. All right. Neuroscientists and psychologists, as I said, have also been thinking about response time as this sort of signal of cognitive functioning. And they've also come up with mathematical models to try to understand and formalize how that neural circuitry is operating. And a standard response time model has a very similar structure to an item response theory model, in that it's going to be dependent on 2 things. Both sort of an individual's latent, we're going to call working speed, and we're going to use tau to represent that, and some characteristics of the item. And these are going to have a very similar structure as well, right? One of those characteristics is going to say something about how sensitive the item is at differentiating between a fast individual and a slow individual. And it's also going to be sort of this time intensity parameter, which is essentially just sort of measuring whether this is a fast item or a slow item. So we are going to follow Fox and others and use R's LNIRT package, and we're going to simultaneously estimate a tau score and a theta score using a hierarchical model. So at the first level of that hierarchical model, we're going to have that IRT model that I mentioned and that log normal response time model. And then at the second level, we're going to place priors on tau and theta and also on the item parameters. So tau and theta, we are going to use a bivariate normal. We're going to assume that there's sort of some sort of unimodal distribution for for tau, unimodal distribution for theta. But the key is we're going to also allow for there to be a covariance between an individual's latent working speed and an individual's latent ability. And the reason for that is because we want to mathematically account for the fact that there may be a possible speed accuracy trade-off, right? As we saw from before, right? It may be that people are skipping things because they're just skipping through them. They're not really trying very hard, or they don't know the answer. And so it may mean that people are taking longer in order to actually be more accurate on the work that they're doing. We're similarly going to place sort of a multi-normal distribution on those item parameters. And again, we're going to allow for there to be some covariance among those, especially because, as we noted early on, right, harder questions on average are probably going to take us longer to do. So the key is this package is going to use Markov chain Monte Carlo methods to estimate both the tau score for every individual and the theta score for every individual. So out of this, we are going to have sort of an estimate of an individual's working speed and an estimate of an individual's ability on this math test. Okay, so I want to sort of make a very quick point about what it is that including the response time does to the IRT estimate. So remember I said that we're going to have sort of a finite number of values for what theta hat what our estimate of accuracy, our ability can be for every individual, because we have a finite number of questions on the test, right? So if you look up here, right, you're going to see that sort of up here in the very top, right, these people who got a theta score of above 1, those are the people that got all 6 of the items correct, right? So they got block 1 all correct, and then the hardest of the block 5, all of those questions. And the people that are down here are all people who did particularly poorly. They probably got none of the questions correct. So on the x-axis is the value of theta that we have if we only used an IRT model to estimate the value of theta. And on the y-axis is the value of theta we get when we use that joint model of estimating both the response time and the IRT model together at once. All right, so what we've done in sort of the middle graph is we've zoomed in just on those very best people, the ones who got all 6 of the items correct. And what I want you to notice is that they all have the exact same score if we only use the IRT model. But what including the response time does is it actually allows us to spread out those individuals who did particularly well. And the people who have the highest new theta score once we're in using the IRT-RT joint model, those are the people who both got all of the items correct and did the fastest. And the people who are at the bottom here are the people who, yes, got all of the items correct, but they had to take a little bit longer to do it. And then the last one sort of zooms in again on sort of these group of people, but it also tells us something about the people who got all 3 of the items correct in block 1 and then missed that hardest question there at the end, right? And we see the same sort of thing happening, but you see that the spread is slightly smaller because remember that last question was a really, really difficult question, and it also was one that took us the longest. But you'll see that adding this response time really spreads out the values that we can give people, the estimates of their ability that we can give. So there's a real value in this, and this is precisely what psychometricians have found, right? That once we add in response time, it's actually allowing us to differentiate in some sense among people who are sort of high ability and really high ability on a test that we might have. All right. So the first thing we wanted to do was just sort of get a sense and understand what these 2 different estimates of working speed and ability were giving us. And so we plotted sort of average standardized ability and working speed against age. And for those of you that are in your 40s, what we found is a little bit depressing. So like most of the neuroscientists, right, what we see is that red line stays relatively flat as people go from about the age of 30 to about the age of 75, right? So as you age, your ability stays approximately equal to what we would expect. There's not really much change that happens over time. Maybe a little bit of a decline as you get really into the older ages, but in general, it stays the same. What's very interesting is that that latent working speed that we were talking about at about 30 already is starting to decline. Now, I know when I go for a run, I'm way slower now than I was when I was in my 30s and even when I was in my 20s. But what this is also suggesting is that it's taking all of us a little bit longer to think through things. It's not that our ability has declined, but our latent working speed does seem to be on average declining as we age. Now, again, this is a cross-sectional study, so this isn't one individual person, but it's kind of giving us some sense of what's happening. And this is very much in line with what cognitive neuroscientists have found too. So this was sort of helping us to feel like we had some validation to the work that we were finding and what we were seeing. All right, this is a very full slide, so I'm going to try and zone you into a few things in particular. So the next thing we did is we tried to use those ability scores and those working speed scores to try to predict other things on the survey. And so we broke individuals into quartiles based on their ability, with the theta quartiles of 1 being the lowest ability individuals and a theta quartile of 4 being the highest ability individuals, and a tau quartile of 1 meaning they were the slowest individuals, and a tau quartile of 4 being that they were the highest individuals. And we wanted to try to predict 3 different things. First, we wanted to predict that financial literacy test, which is essentially another math test, right? So we're using one math test, how well they did and how fast they did on that test to predict another math test. We then tried to predict how well they did on the verbal reasoning test. right? So how well and how fast they did on a math test to see how well they did on a verbal reasoning. And then, was this somehow measuring something about conscientiousness? So we use that conscientiousness score to see how well and how fast they did on that math test to see how well they did on the conscientiousness test. Okay, so let me point out a couple of things. The first is if we focus on the analysis where we were taking one math test to predict another math test, what we see is not surprising. That in general, as we move up the theta quartiles, right? So as we go from low ability on, you didn't do particularly well on one math test, you tend to do better on another math test, right? So as we move up the quartiles in theta, we see that people in general are starting to do better. Interestingly, if we zone in just on those individuals who are the lowest ability on the first math test, what we see is that as they go faster through it, they do much more poorly on the second math test, right? So this, we are sort of thinking, might mean they just don't really even know enough to even attempt to try the questions. However, we see the opposite when we zone in on the highest ability individuals, right? And here what we see, that the faster they did on the math test, the better they do on the next math test, right? So for high ability people, it seems that speed actually is sort of a signal that, wow, you really do know a lot of math along the way. When we try to predict the verbal scores, what we see is sort of a very similar thing, that if you do particularly poorly on the first math test, you're going to also do poorly on the verbal test, and that as you do better, your verbal test score is going to increase. But here, what we see is actually that speed on the math test doesn't seem to have much effect on the verbal test for the highest ability individuals. But it has the same effect in that the faster you went through for low ability individuals, the less well you do on the verbal test for the lowest ability people. So we're thinking that speed for highest ability people is actually giving us a measure of math ability itself, but for low ability people may actually be giving us some sort of more general human capital measure of some kind. And for us, we actually find that neither theta nor tau seems to have any effect on conscientiousness at all, which is sort of interesting, that this doesn't seem to have any effect whatsoever. We then decided to look to see sort of descriptively, what did it look like for people who had high values of theta and high values of tau, and where did they fall in their education? So what we'll notice, right, is that if you, let's go back. If you look at the top, that's everybody. And what you'll see is that in general, the sort of higher the quartile, or the more likely you are to be in the highest quartile, the more likely you are to have sort of 16 plus years, right? So this kind of goes along with this idea that higher values of theta are actually giving us some measure of human capital, and in particular, possibly some measure of education. But if we then zone in on the individuals who are the lowest ability, right? So that lowest ability of theta, what we see is that the faster they do, the more likely they are to not have completed high school. Whereas if we look at the highest ability individuals, what we see is that the faster they go, the more likely they are to have completed college in some form or fashion. Okay, so in conclusion, right, jointly modeling accuracy and speed is giving us two independent measures of cognition, but they are related to outcomes in complicated but pretty understandable ways, right? So in particular, being faster seems to suggest an additional measure of mathematical ability for high ability people, but being slower suggests more human capital for lower ability individuals. I should also note, and I have to cite myself here, that our model is really kind of technically wrong. Because we are not in any way accounting for the measurement error that's in our values of tau, in our values of theta, or any of the measurement error that's in the things that we're trying to predict. So really, we should be accounting for all of that error in all of the latent traits that we're trying to do, and do some really ginormously large structural equation modeling to simultaneously estimate all of those kinds of things. Now, since we're here at ISR, I thought it might be useful to sort of point out a couple of particular ideas for survey developers and survey administrators. The first is that this work is only possible when we have item level data, right? We cannot simultaneously estimate using item response theory a theta and a tau for every individual unless we have response accuracy information and response time at the item level, right? So for instance, the PSID supplement does not have item level data for the financial literacy or for the reading or for the conscientiousness. So we can't use that to sort of understand what's happening. We can't estimate a tau score for those. And so most surveys seem to provide timing data at this point at sort of the block level, and we would encourage individuals to start providing that information at the item level as much as possible. Given that neuroscience is kind of already thinking about how response times are being used as sort of an additional measure of cognition, it might be interesting for survey developers and neuroscientists to get together and to think about how we might actually include tasks on surveys that are specifically designed to give meaning to speed, right? In some sense, it's pretty cool that we were able to find a signal in response time in a survey when we were sort of not in this beautiful lab setting that most neuroscientists are, that there's still a signal despite all the noise that all of you know and that we've kind of heard about from the past could be included in that response time. And because psychometricians know that when we include response time, that actually gives us sort of more efficient and less variable measures of the latent trait that we're trying to measure, it seems to me it might be interesting to sort of see is there a way to actually make surveys more efficient by not having to include as many items on a cognitive test if in fact we also include that response time, right? Which is what we saw there before. So I'm happy to answer any questions, or I might throw some to Seth depending on what you ask. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lynn. That's absolutely fascinating stuff. So excellent work. Okay, questions? I have to be some questions. Okay. That was super thought-provoking.
Yeah, I only have a more general question. Like when doing these tests, did you take into account the first language? Because I was thinking, you know, if I were to do a test in English versus in French, which is my first language, I would probably do better and faster in French than in English.
We did not, but we should. So yeah, we did not, but you're absolutely right. And again, cognitive neuroscientists have also noted that. So yes, we should include that as a control in the next version of this.
Okay.
And I thought that was great. Now I want to take a course from you. I'm convinced. I'm just trying to think about, and this is more a conceptual question about what speed is, and what is speed and what is carelessness, and what is like lack of engagement by, you know, and we've been talking about that over the course of the last day, but sort of people who are moving through so quickly that they're not engaging the material. And I'm just trying to think of other, I mean, you sort of alluded to this, but other aspects of the questionnaire that could give us an indication of engagement in some sense, and sort of a thoughtfulness by which they are pursuing. And I'm trying to think of even some of the work Mick has engaged in. You have, you know, the eye tracking and consent, and whether people are actually paying attention to a consent form. I'm just trying to think of other things that could give us a sense of care.
Yeah. I was actually really surprised that we didn't find any effect of our scores on conscientiousness. Like that seemed really surprising to me. I was fully expecting to see that. And so I think that is something that we really need to continue to think about and talk about. And I'd love to hear ideas others have about both different ways we might use Paradata to assess that, but also different sort of things we might include in surveys or questions that are already in the PSID or in that supplement that we might include. I have seen some work where people have noted that speed seems to be also attributed or also sort of associated with another of the big five personality, which is open to new experiences, which I found sort of fascinating that seems to have a correlation, almost like the more open you are, perhaps the slower it takes you because you're sort of more likely to be willing to take things in first before you kind of make a snap judgment. But I have to read a little bit more about that. That was sort of a quick thing, but yes, I think it would be really interesting to try to better understand what it is. I also think, to the earlier question, I think speed could also, be accounting for other kinds of barriers that might exist in taking a survey, right? So whether it's first language, whether it's, that part of what going to school does is just sort of teach you how to take tests and those test taking strategies. So, I think there's really a lot more work to do to think about in a survey setting, what is response time measuring? And how is that different from what it's measuring in these sort of cognitive neuroscience lab settings, and in these very specific educational settings as well. So I think there's a lot more experiments that we could be doing to think about that. Yeah.
Ari, and then we'll go to the chat, and then we'll let the swarthies talk to each other.
Well, the thing about speed, there is also a behavioral aspect, right? Or a rationality. If I know that this is all way too complicated for me, I'm just going to click through. So the fact that you find negative effects of speed and for the lower capability is actually not as strange. So, and Stefan Schneider, who's going to talk next, he has done a lot of work on that. And what you find is that if people have low cognitive ability, there is less response to the difficulty of the question because they find everything difficult. So they're actually not going to spend a lot more time on a difficult question than an easy question.
Right.
So it's not just carelessness, it's just rationality and how to allocate your effort.
Absolutely. Yeah. I'm sorry, what was that, Seth? Yeah, that is definitely our interpretation as well. Yeah.
See a lot more though.
Oh, no, I was just saying that was our interpretation. Kate, to your question very, very briefly, I think we're kind of back in the causal inference world. Like we have response time. There are multiple models of what it means. And the way we always attack these things is we have some kinds of either experimental or quasi-experimental variation, which is going to let us sort out, what time means. So what you suggested is look for other things on the survey. The other thing I think that would be really useful is that the survey world could run some experiments. We could incentivize accuracy, we could incentivize speed, and that might help us understand this better as well.
Hey, Heather, are there chat questions? Okay.
All right, first, thank you for your presentation. It's very interesting. You talk about ways to include questions in surveys where speed has meaning. Do you have an idea what that could be for surveys in national statistics surveys?
I don't necessarily do, but I think what I would do is I would go talk to some neuroscientists to see what they said about that. I am not a neuroscientist, I'm a psychometrician. So I don't design them, I just study what people do after that. So I think I would probably do that. I don't know, Seth, if you have specific ideas. Again, other than perhaps doing some of these sort of experiments to understanding.
One example that I talk about is, there are different ways of multiplication for people who have gotten higher.
Seth, I don't know, can the Zoom people hear Seth?
We're relying on the room mics.
So here's a silly example. Like I could ask you to multiply 19 by 99, and people who have a high school level education, they probably are going to do it through long multiplication. And people who have a little bit of sophistication are going to know that they can do 19 times 100 minus 19. That's going to be a lot faster. So, you could think about ways that speed would measure different ways of processing an answer to something. But that's a very specific example. You'd have to go through and ask, what is it that you're trying to measure?
Was there an optimal speed determined as a baseline? Also, was there consideration for neurodivergent test takers and variation in test takers?
We did not take into account possibilities of neurodivergence for test takers. And I don't know that no, I don't think we have an optimal test time. This is where I think some of those item characteristics could be really informative, right? So now some surveys are producing, or sort of in their technical reports, the item response theory item characteristics, so that discrimination and difficulty parameter. So it would be interesting in cases where tests have already been validated, are there ways that we could also be producing information about the item characteristics at the time level for each of the items along the way, and then compare that with how individuals did in different settings, right? So I think that would be a really interesting thing, right? So where we're norming tests already to include in surveys, like I'm thinking of, sort of the AFQT being normed in the NLSY, could we also be norming things at the level of the response time model as well? And that, I think that would be a really cool additional thing that survey developers could start to include.
All right, next, very interesting. I think looking at different parts of the distribution of response time, we might be capturing different things. I wonder if you looked at rapid guessing rates in your context, whether you see the relationship with conscientiousness.
We did not look at rapid guessing. We have focused entirely on response times, but I think that's a great idea for future research.
If you have a measure of education level in your register or panel information available, would that mean that you can use speed directly as a measure of engagement, or do you think more is needed?
So actually, we did redo our analyses, including an education control. And so I didn't have enough time to sort of include this in the general presentation, but similarly to our first presentation, thank you for asking something that allowed me to sort of throw another table in for all of you. And what's interesting is that when we control for education, we see that some of our effects are mitigated, but not all of them, right? And so we still see that there seems to be some additional things going on here, right? So we still see that even after we control for education, it's still true that doing better on the math test does seem to allow you to do better on the other math test. And similarly, even when we include the education control, being faster for low ability people does seem to still mean that you do more poorly on the financial literacy test. It seems to mitigate what's going on for the high ability people a little bit more. So it's almost like, kind of as we were saying before, that speed does seem to mean different things depending on where in the theta distribution we are.
But at the very low end, the education doesn't come. What it's telling you is that you have low levels of education, you don't really know speed actually helps.
Yeah, there's another one. Okay. Is there some way to adjust for outliers at the item level? In survey data, you have unusually long response times that reflect taking breaks or interruptions that are much longer than respondent thinking. In other words, can we detect pauses that are unrelated to processing speed?
Seth, you took some of those out or no? Yeah. I don't actually think we had very many really crazy outliers in this particular case. But I do agree that that would be something that we would want to look into more if we were finding that. And again, I think that was what was so interesting to us, is that even in this survey setting, we're still seeing that response time has this signal that, again, we see in these very controlled lab settings in neuroscience, but we were not sure if we would still be able to see it in the survey setting.
So this is more of a question about your model in light of what people are asking and the sort of lack of relationship to the conscientiousness. I mean, what it seems like from these tables is that it's the interaction between the time and the theta that's sort of the signal between education versus lack of conscientiousness. So is there an interaction? Is there an interaction term in the prediction of the conscientiousness score?
We did not include an interaction, right? But we essentially, we placed people into quartiles.
Yeah.
And then we included indicator variables for every one of those. So in that sense, yes, there's an interaction because of the way that we built the model.
Yeah.
We initially didn't put people into quartiles, and we just sort of included the theta score and the tau score and an interaction. But we found, at least for sort of the purposes of presentation, this was a little bit easier to understand exactly what that interaction was.
We have one more question. And then you can have it back. Sorry. The other thing I was thinking about in terms of just this application to survey research and this is, and my IRT is rusty. Is there a way, I have a feeling that back when I was doing more IRT for assessments that didn't have this sort of speed component, but we were looking at the items and looking at, selecting items that had that high discrimination parameter to be put on our assessments. But I'm thinking now that the estimate of that discrimination parameter could vary by this sort of theta/speed, right? So if you're in a quartile where you're speeding through carelessly, you're going to have a low, like the item is going to show low discrimination because there's a lot of guessing. And then if you're higher, that speed is probably slowing down doing the work, or harder items, or right. So the discrimination could be real. So I just wonder if there's a way to estimate those discrimination parameters in light of the speed variable.
Right. So I speeded through IRT in 30 seconds, right? But of course, it breaks my psychometrician's heart every time you guys take items off of a measure that's been validated and shown to be reliable to throw it on a survey. I understand why, but it really hurts, because sometimes you're taking something that actually has, that's the thing that's going to help us understand the highest ability versus the not high ability, right? So I don't think we want to only look at the discrimination parameter as a way to do that. Second, right, of course, really good testing agencies are going to do a kind of differential item functioning or a diff analysis. As far as I know, most are not doing that diff on speediness versus not. And that might be an interesting thing to sort of go back to, like the College Board and ETS and other groups to talk about. Because they tend to do those more on sort of different subpopulations that people are in. So that might be sort of an interesting thing to think about and see, are these discrimination parameters doing something different depending on a person's conscientiousness and motivation. Where I think that could be really hard, right, is that, there are days I'm really motivated to do things, and then there are days I'm really not. And so there could be differential item functioning within a person themselves, not just sort of within. So I'm guessing that when they do those by education level, they're hitting some of that. So I'd have to think more about how one could do that in such a way that you were getting at what you're trying to get at. But yeah.
Okay, awesome. Great discussion. Thank you, Lynn. Let's give her another round of applause. We went a little bit long, so we'll take about a 10-minute break, and then we'll start with the next presentation at about 11:10. So thank you. Okay, welcome everyone back from break. Up next, we're going to have an in-person presentation from Claire Davis. Claire is coming to us in person from Stanford University. So this should be another very interesting talk on substantive applications of Paradata. So the title of Claire's talk is Untapped Potential, Design Digital Trace Data and Online Survey Experiments. So Claire, I'll turn it over to you.
All right, thank you very much. And thank you for mentioning that I'm coming from the West Coast. That combined with my rapidly developing age is going to mean I'm cognitively a little slower than I'm used to being. So I appreciate you guys having me. So like Brady said, I'm Claire Davis. I'm a PhD candidate in the sociology department at Stanford. And today I'm presenting Untapped Potential, Designed Digital Trace Data and Online Survey Experiments. This is a paper that I co-authored with 2 of my graduate student cohort mates. We are equal authors in this project, and they were very generous enough to let me come out and do this because I've been looking forward to coming to visit Ann Arbor. So before I get started, I do want to briefly encourage you to direct your phone cameras to this QR code, which contains a few links that I'll refer to during the presentation. This includes the online first version of this paper, which is published in Sociological Methods and Research, as well as a Soc Archive version of the accepted paper. a demo of the experimental tool, and a GitHub that has the associated code. If you don't want to use your phone, there's also the link, the short URL at the bottom here. It's just linktr.ee/cdavis, and that's 2 S's in Davis. So this paper focuses on online survey experiments, which are studies in which researchers use survey techniques to obtain representative samples and test causal relationships. Everyone in this room and online is likely already familiar with the advantages and limitations of this approach. Online survey experiments are relatively inexpensive and allow researchers to quickly obtain targeted and broad samples. An advantage over observational studies is that they also allow researchers to randomly assign participants to treatments and then test whether these treatments change participants' responses to survey questions. So for example, my substantive research focuses on gender, labor markets, and organizations. And in my field, many scholars use online survey experiments to test whether resumes change participants' preferences for candidates, and specifically using names to signal social categories and employment history to signal other aspects of this candidate. So just to give you an example here, on the right side, I'm showing a static resume that was shown in a study by Dr. David Padula at Harvard. He used this to signal participants' race through their names and also their sexuality through their participation in a club that was a gay leadership association, gay student advisory council or not. Now, there are limitations to online survey experiments, of course, and one of the ones that many scholars have pointed out is that online survey experiments, compared to especially lab studies, make it really difficult to observe participants' behaviors. And this might be important when we're really interested in understanding not just inequities in those final outcomes, but also in sort of how participants get to those inequities, why those inequities are being reproduced. So while Erin, Emma, and I were learning about online survey experiment methods and implementing them in our own research, we also were inspired by a growing body of research that uses digital trace data, which are behavioral data that participants or that individuals just in general generate when they're interacting with online platforms like websites or apps. Numerous scholars in sociology in particular have used found digital trace data, which are data that are collected by someone other than the researcher, usually private companies, and then repurposed for academic research. So you can think of search data, social media data, any kind of data that gets generated when people are interacting with a website or an app. And this kind of research has generated a number of novel insights, including about how individuals' participations in social movements develop, or the ways that cultural fads diffuse through groups, or how individuals' consumption of news influences their political preferences, and so much more. We found this to be really inspiring. Many studies have also used designed digital trace data. Designed digital trace data are collected by the researcher for research purposes. And we sort of conceptualize paradata as being one type of that. If we think back to the definition from yesterday, paradata have often been used for methodological purposes. So understanding what questions are taking people a long time to answer as a way of identifying maybe this question needs to be improved, or maybe we're seeing attention drop off later in a survey. But we were really interested in whether we could use these kinds of digital behavioral data during surveys to understand a substantive research question, to get at how are participants parsing information and making decisions, especially in the context of employment decisions. So we set out to think about, could we design an online survey experiment that informs us about participants' behaviors using digital trace data? For our project, we created an interactive digital resume. And if you're curious to see a demo of this resume, one of the links in that link tree has a demo. And the reason that we started here is because with the expansion of applicant tracking systems, much of hiring now happens online. So one recent study found that 99% of Fortune 500 companies are using an applicant tracking system. So that means that applicants are submitting their resumes into these digital platforms, that hiring managers are using these digital platforms to evaluate applicants, which creates some external validity around showing an online resume in the context of an online survey experiment. So we realized we could simulate the resume review process within the context of an online survey experiment. And then we worked with a computer science student to generate this interactive digital resume through HTML with JavaScript that detects people's timing, their click, their mouse movements, and whether they use these affective buttons on the left. The resumes are going to show the same basic information that would normally appear on a resume. So that includes applicant's name, education, work history, and a miscellaneous section. We also included a phone interview section, which let us include some additional information that has also been included in these more static research designs. And we collected all of these measures of participants' behaviors while they were looking through those resumes. Now, we implemented this interactive digital resume in 2 studies so far. And I'm going to give you a very cursory introduction to these studies just to give you a sense of how one might be able to use this kind of tool in the context of an online survey experiment to gain insights into substantive research questions. I could do a whole other presentation on each of these, so apologies, I'll be sparse on the details, but hopefully it'll give you at least a basic sense. So both of these studies focused on motherhood penalties in hiring outcomes. A wide body of research has found that hiring decision makers prefer non-mothers over mothers. Specifically, they prefer childless women over mothers. And some additional research has found there's a little bit of a difference in these outcomes, but some have found that childless men are preferred over fathers in certain contexts. So we were really interested in whether these motherhood penalties would also occur in another context, specifically in remote work, especially given the rapid proliferation of remote work in recent years. So the research question that we set out to answer was, do gendered parental status penalties, including motherhood penalties, vary across remote, hybrid, and in-person jobs? We ran an online survey experiment on Prolific, which included 1,500 participants in spring 2022. And we used this interactive digital resume to signal applicants' gender and their parental status. And in addition to collecting traditional survey questions where we asked participants to choose between these candidates, we also collected this digital trace data, which documented participants' behaviors as they looked through those resumes. Now, importantly, each participant saw 2 candidates. They were of the same exact gender. The only thing that was different between the 2 candidates was their parental status. And so what we were really interested in understanding was, when are participants making these decisions quickly as an indicator that they're using parental status as a cognitive shortcut, versus when are they taking a longer amount of time, meaning parental status doesn't really get them that far in making a decision between candidates. And we measured timing using their behaviors on the resumes. So how much time did they take to look through these resumes? What we found was that the timing data indicated some use of parental status as cognitive shortcuts in certain cases. So participants on the left side, this is women candidates, so that's the total amount of time they spent looking through the resumes of women candidates. And we found that participants spend less time deciding between mothers and childless women when evaluating candidates for in-person jobs, compared to when evaluating for candidates for remote jobs. So we think that this is suggestive of the fact that parental status in that specific case was a shortcut for evaluating candidates for in-person jobs, but didn't get them as far when evaluating candidates for remote jobs. This was also consistent with our outcomes on the traditional survey questions. We found that participants penalized mothers when evaluating them for in-person jobs, but did not express a preference for mothers versus childless women when evaluating candidates for remote jobs. So there's some, at least internal consistency in terms of these behavioral measures and their responses to traditional survey questions. So in the second study, we were interested in accountability interventions. There's a lot of good research that shows that accountability interventions reduce sexism and racism in hiring decisions, but there's more of a question about whether these interventions would work on biases that many people consider to be reasonable or justifiable. If you're going to hold me accountable for something that I think is just fair, I'm probably going to do the same thing, sort of the underlying logic. And so we were really interested in whether an accountability intervention would reduce motherhood penalties, which many people think are justifiable, perhaps through alternative mechanisms. Accountability interventions not only activate this sort of social desirability concern, they also encourage people to spend more time and effort when making decisions. And they could also change your cognitive processing of that information that you receive. So to test whether an accountability intervention would affect motherhood penalties, we randomly assigned participants to receive a message that has previously been validated to induce a sense of accountability, and then tested whether participants preferred mothers versus childless women in each case, whether they received the message or not. We also collected behavioral data to see whether it changed their search for information of these resumes, as well as their cognitive processing. Actually, it was just their search of information. We can't really detect their cognitive processing. We're not that far along in the collection of this kind of data, but at least we could sort of eliminate that as being one possible explanation. And in conducting this study, which we ran on Lucid in spring 2021 with about 600 participants, we actually didn't find any differences in participants' likelihood of clicking on sections of the resume or their total time spent on the resume across the accountability condition or the control condition. And just to give you a sense of like what the analyses looked like for mouse tracking in particular. So here I'm showing a heat map. We looked at whether participants spend more or less time hovering their mouse on relevant sections of the resume for parental status or other aspects. We didn't find any substantive differences here. And a null finding in this case is actually still helpful because it helps us to narrow the possible mechanisms that could be driving the overall patterns. And the overall pattern was that accountability interventions effectively reduced motherhood penalties in hiring decisions. So it's not necessarily the social desirability bias. It's not necessarily the search processing. It's possible that what is happening is some cognitive processing of the information that they received, which is not something that we can observe here. So I'm going to zoom out and share with you what we see as the potential benefits to collecting digital trace data during online survey experiments to answer substantive sociological research questions. So to start, digital trace data create the opportunity to document individuals' behaviors as they interact with digital platforms. So it could be used to measure how participants search for information on a news site, on a sociological media forum, or in our case, a resume, shedding light on what information people find important or interesting, or what information is sort of a deciding factor in making decisions that could have broader labor market implications. Another major benefit of using these kinds of behavioral data is that many social scientists have struggled with social desirability bias, that often we want to study these topics like sexism and racism that people understand is morally wrong, even though they might hold these implicit biases that they may or may not be aware of. So one cool thing is that these digital trace data are collected in a very discrete way. So it's possible that we might be able to detect differences in participants' behaviors that we wouldn't be able to detect in terms of people's responses to traditional survey questions. A final advantage that we see is increasing the external validity of online survey experiments. So much of our world now is online. So many of the behaviors that we engage in on a day-to-day basis is through websites and mobile apps. And so if we can create these authentic experiences within the context of online survey experiments, we may be able to increase the external validity of any of the conclusions that we come to when evaluating these online survey experiments. Now, of course, there are limitations. Technical and financial costs have probably been one of the main reasons that researchers have not implemented these interactive digital tools and online survey experiments as much to date, though we think that these are possibly eroding, especially because of the proliferation of programs, credentialing programs, and also programs in universities to increase people's technical skills in this space. Researchers also may not be as aware of existing and affordable tools, including through sites like Empirica, Gorilla, or PsychoPy, or even features that are offered through online survey platforms that many of us are already using, like Qualtrics or Alchemer. And finally, an important technical consideration is that participants often vary in terms of their usage of hardware or software when they're taking these online survey experiments. And so that's just something that researchers are going to have to figure out. How do we deal with this when this is the kind of data that is of major interest for a study? You know, there are also important considerations that we highlight in the paper. We really want researchers to approach this very carefully and not just dive in and make big judgments and assessments. And one important thing is validation. So this is, I think, something that's already come up several times today. We need to make sure that there's construct validity, understanding how accurately and precisely these measures capture theoretical concepts. To this end, we have several recommendations, but we don't want to be the, end all be all decider, or there's lots of different thoughts about how to do this. But our recommendations are that you root measures in theoretical logic, and that you consider methods for confirming theoretical interpretations, including establishing face validity. It's also important to think about external validity. So how do patterns that are documented in this research context translate over to what patterns we might expect to see in the real world? And consider how the Hawthorne effect in the context of being in a survey could still affect participants' behaviors in this context. So overall, in terms of validation, we especially think that this is a cumulative effort. This is going to happen across multiple studies. It might not happen in any single study. And so just iterating and continuing to be in communication with each other is going to be a big part of how this research develops. Finally, it's going to be really important for scholars to think about ethics. There's been a lot of debate about ethics and the usage of Paradata, considering whether and how to inform participants about its collection, how it influences selection bias and attrition, and all of these debates apply here as well. So in this paper, we try to offer some key questions that scholars should consider when implementing such studies. But we also think that this is a space where there could be room for just more dialogue across practitioners and academics, across methodological spaces and more disciplinary backgrounds, to understand what is the best way forward in terms of informing participants so that they can actually consent to participating in this kind of research. So overall, we think there's immense untapped potential for these methods. This includes online survey experiments in which researchers show participants resumes. I think if you think back to that original resume that I showed you in that static design and compare it to an interactive digital resume, you can see why this approach is so much of an innovation. But there are hundreds of studies that are conducted every year using vignettes of various forms. And so we really want, especially online survey experimenters who are answering these substantive research questions, to think about, is there a way that you could also collect behavioral data, and how might that expand your understanding of what is going on? We hope this paper offers scholars a foundation for building their own studies. And to that end, our GitHub also includes the code for creating these interactive digital resumes and detailed, very user-friendly instructions for implementing it. If our computer science cohort mate could explain this to us, we think that all of you can as well. And so we hope that you'll find it useful. So with that said, the paper contains so much more information. Please read it. And just as a final note, I'll just mention, all of us have drawn so much inspiration from the work of people in this room. We don't consider ourselves methods in terms of or experts in terms of the methods. We think of ourselves as applied scientists that are using the methods that you are developing. And so please do share your feedback and your thoughts on how might we be able to use digital trace data to answer substantive research questions. You probably will have much more thoughts on that than I do. So thank you for your time.
Excellent. Thanks, Claire. I had a question all fired up about ethics, but like all thorough research, you nailed that down too. So good. Okay. Questions for Claire? Questions in chat? Geez, you nailed everything. No questions?
Or I put everyone to sleep.
No, I don't think that's the case. Any questions in the room? Oh, yep, Lynn.
So I might have missed this, but how are you accounting for age? Because I would think that a childless man or woman at like 25 or 26 is very different than a childless individual at, say, 56 or 57.
Yes. So in signaling age, we followed past research, which has done this in two ways. So one is thinking about names, that names do actually contain really strong signals of age. And so we chose names that had previously been validated as each signaling people that are about 30 to 35. So that's one way of standardizing. The other way that we can reinforce that signal is through the resumes themselves. So both of the applicants had the same approximate graduation year, and had the same amount of experience. So both of them are like young-ish childbearing age.
I had one question related to consent. What did you actually say in these particular experiments about whether their behavioral data in terms of what they were doing with the mouse, or for example, what did you tell them about if that would be used or how it would be used?
Yeah, so actually in this case, we didn't inform them a lot. Yeah.
Did you have to get IRB approval?
We did, yeah. And honestly, our thinking has really changed on this. So we now feel strongly that you should inform participants. And I think the thing that we've really struggled with is how do you inform participants in a way that it makes sense? And that there's been a lot of research on that too, that just participants often are skimming through these consent forms anyways. And if you try to tell them about digital trace data, they don't quite understand it. Like, how can you do this? And so I think I think the jury's still out on like the exact right way to do this, but I think it's sort of obviously the case that you should inform participants, and preferably at the very beginning and in as clear and interpretable of a way as possible. So, yeah.
Yeah, Ipe.
So how does this digital trace data translates across among devices? So, you mentioned mouse clicks, or you think mouse tracking or click tracking. How do you measure, what are the measures you do, you have in mobile or different devices? It could be tablet. And then how do you take into account that variability across devices?
Yeah, very important question. So in this case, we actually required all participants to be using a desktop, and we used Qualtrics screening mechanisms to make sure that no mobile surveys entered the resume. We're pretty confident that this worked because we did collect mouse tracking data from everyone, and so that suggests that there were mice. But it is the case that if you were to use a mobile survey, you would not be able to collect mouse data. You still could collect click tracking data. So like, what section of the resume did they look at? Did they click that they positively evaluated different sections of the resume? And that data actually is what we think to be potentially even more useful, because you can really get granular information about which section of the resume participants are looking at. So I think there's useful data in both cases. Whether it's a desktop or a mobile. There's some research that there's different browsers produce different accuracy of digital trace data. Yeah. And I don't think we collected browser information. But one thought that we have is that this definitely can add noise, but we don't expect it to add bias in terms of our overall decisions, our overall conclusions of like whether because the survey is randomly, or because the treatment is randomly assigned. So some participants get an accountability intervention or not, and the order of the resumes is randomly assigned. We don't expect that to affect that overall conclusion of, does an accountability intervention reduce a motherhood penalty or not? It could add noise and make it more difficult to detect that, but hopefully wouldn't be biasing.
I just wondered if you could add a bit more detail to Lynn's question about how you use, by what process you use the names to sort of help estimate age.
Add more detail to that.
Yeah, I just wanted to understand the, yeah.
Sure. So so this was based off of a study by Sasha Shen Joffrey, who's a professor at the University of Washington. And her survey experiment asked people to assess the age of a name that they were given during the survey. So, it might have just been a regular survey. I don't know if there was an experimental aspect to this, but basically just presenting a name, first name, potentially also a last name combination, and asking, what age do you think this person is? What race do you think this person is? What gender do you think this person is? So that survey was not conducted in our context. We took Sasha's results as is, but we used her results to decide which names to use. So we picked names that were highly predictive of participants saying this is a 30-year-old woman or a 30-year-old man. Yeah.
There's a chat.
We have a comment from the chat, but I will say as a Heather, it's very clear that I came from the 80s. This is a comment from Emma. In our upcoming study, we are now using this language on the informed consent page. Quote, during the survey, you will evaluate several resumes. We will measure and analyze when you open and close these resumes, as well as when and where you click on the resumes.
Yeah, so Emma is my co-author, by the way. So thank you, Emma. I don't have, no, that's great. I didn't have the new consent language in front of me, so I appreciate that.
Okay, great. Okay, any other questions for Claire? Okay, thank you again, Claire.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Yeah. Okay. Okay, our next presentation is going to be from Stefan Schneider. He's from USC. Stefan, can you hear us?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yep, sounds good. Okay,
Wonderful.
let's see. Just need to, stop sharing our side. Okay. Okay, you should be able to share your slides now.
Let me try.
Okay, and then you can go into presentation mode. There you go. Okay, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thanks so much for having me. So I will use the next 20 minutes or so to tell you a little bit about what survey response behaviors can tell us about cognitive status and cognitive functioning. And to give some background, so our research is really focused mostly on dementia research. So all of what I'm going to talk about applies to people at older ages only, and we have the mechanisms and the outcomes and the results may really differ when you look at younger ages. So that's something probably important to keep in mind. Few words about dementia research. Of course, we all know that dementia is a public health crisis, and there's currently no effective treatment for dementia, but there's really a lot of interest in identifying early markers of cognitive decline in dementia, because any effective treatment will only work, we think, if it is administered at very early stages before the pathology has become so progressive that there is no point of return. So, right, that's dementia background. And of course, we here know that completing a survey is a cognitively demanding task. So our broad research question is whether we can derive somehow indirect cognitive functioning indicators from the quality, efficiency, and speed with which people provide survey responses. And this could really be helpful, we hope, in that it could provide cognitive indicators that are really cost efficient, unobtrusive, and wouldn't add any participant burden. So a nice way or an easy way of getting valuable cognitive data potentially in panel studies, for example. this is a rough overview of what I'm going to present. So I will not present a single study, just a few tidbits of multiple studies that we've conducted over the past few years. And what this shows here is that we're looking at two broad types of survey response behaviors. One is going beyond Paradata to some extent. It's really indicators of response quality that we can derive directly from the actual responses, the response patterns and questionnaires. I'm still including this here because it's about variables that can be obtained alongside the traditional use of survey items. So it's some para use of data maybe. And we look at this really in all sorts of modes of surveys, like including paper, pencil, interviews, and online surveys. And the second category is really focused on item response times in online surveys and what they can tell us about cognitive functioning. And we do most of this research in our own Understanding America study, the UAS, which is a US nationally representative online panel of currently about 14,000 active panel members, a really, really rich resource of data. If you haven't checked it out, go ahead and do so. It's really awesome. Okay, to the first category, cognitive functioning and survey response quality, survey response patterns. Well, when we started thinking about which types of survey response patterns could indicate cognitive problems, we thought, well, how about just the ones that everybody knows about? So an overall profile of responses that's implausible could be due to cognitive problems. If someone has internally inconsistent response patterns, a lot of noise in the data. If someone has giving us answers that are incompatible with each other. These are often indicators from the item response theory world. Then if somebody engages in a lot of yes-saying, acquiescent responding. So if someone's nodding along with the interviewer without fully evaluating their best answers, or really just overt disengagement from the response process altogether, skipping a lot of questions, just a lot of missing values could indicate potentially cognitive problems. So these are all ambiguous, as I will talk about a little later, but we thought, how about we just take a look at whether they are associated with cognitive problems. So this is a large-scale analysis of survey responses in 10 epidemiological studies of aging that we did, including the health and retirement study, and many other studies that I will not spell out for you here. So these are all panel studies. We reanalyzed 17 million responses, computed those indicators of response quality that I just talked about at each wave, correlated them with all cognitive test scores at each wave, and then did a big meta-analysis of all of the correlation coefficients. And this slide here gives a bit of an overview of some of the results. So what you see here is on top, these are cognitive domains, summarizing different versions or different areas of cognitive tests. And then underneath, you have all of these acronyms for the different panel studies. And the black bubbles and the red bubbles are pooled effect sizes, pooled correlations for the correlations between these survey response patterns and people's cognitive test scores. And what you see is basically, with very few exceptions, all of the bubbles are below, are in the negative range. So negative correlations, a person who gives worse quality responses will have lower cognitive scores throughout all of the different studies for different languages, different countries. So a very consistent finding that lower cognitive ability goes along consistently with worse quality responding. Another study, since we're really interested, as I said, in early detection of cognitive decline, we looked at response quality indicators, whether they predict prospectively incident dementia in the health and retirement study. This graph here shows the cumulative incidence of dementia in adults who had low, medium, or high rates of outliers at a given point in time. And then we looked at the subsequent 10 years of data in the HRS and to understand whether they developed dementia subsequently. And you see that people who had high rates of outliers in their response patterns were much more likely to develop dementia afterwards. These effects were very robust, significant after controlling for demographics and many health behaviors and health status variables, including smoking, drinking, BMI, and so forth, that we know that they're also early markers of cognitive decline. In another study, and I'm not going to dwell on that, we also found that response quality in surveys predicts mortality risk. So it's foreshadowing the people dying earlier. So if you have a person with a poor response pattern, they're more likely to die earlier. Yeah, going back to this idea about what are we measuring here. Of course, we are aware, a little bit painfully aware actually, that we're that these response quality indicators are ambiguous, and you will have seen them maybe in the literature discussed as indicators of survey satisficing, as indicators of careless responding, insufficient effort responding is a term, and we have found it difficult to precisely distinguish between response patterns that indicate cognitive problems and indicators that are specifically flagging lack of effort. And maybe those two aspects, at least in the data we look at older ages, aren't necessarily always precisely distinguishable, right? So if you have cognitive problems and you find it more effortful to go through a lengthy questionnaire because of that, then you may just engage in, or you may downregulate your effort in order to cope with the cognitive demands of a questionnaire. So motivation and cognition maybe really kind of goes hand in hand. But to dig a little deeper down into this, to kind of convince us that we are looking at indicators that really have something to do with cognitive ability and not just with effort, we thought it might be a good idea to look at relationships between response quality and certain characteristics of the items, thinking that if there is an interaction such that the relationships between response quality and cognitive functioning are stronger for items that are more cognitively complex, this would kind of reassure us that we're actually really looking at cognitive processes here, or cognitive problems here. So this is illustrating one result, which does show that item complexity moderates the relationship between response errors, lower response quality, and cognitive functioning. So what you see here very briefly is, for example, if you look at the red line on the bottom, this is an item that has a lower complexity, which means this was a composite of how many words the item has. So this is an item with few words, an item that has no unfamiliar terms, an item that has no difficult words, no discrepancies, no negation. So a very simple item, and you see that on average, the response errors for this item are low, but also there is no big difference between people with lower and higher cognitive ability. And then you go up to the green line, which is an item with a relatively higher complexity, even though these were, none of these items were super complex. They're just a little longer. There could be 3 words or 20 words, something along those, in those ranges. So if you have a more complex item, then you see more response errors overall, but you see a much tighter connection with cognitive ability. So meaning that if you have a person who has lower cognitive ability, they will still do well when the item is not complex, but they will make a lot more errors for more complex items. And similarly, we thought, how about we look at scales that contain reverse coded items? So some items are in a positive direction, some items are in the negative direction. That would be a scale that's probably more cognitively demanding compared to a scale where all of the items are coded in the same direction. And what this illustrates here is correlations between different indicators of response quality and cognitive functioning for these two types of scales, where you see, if you look just at the top row, random response errors, for scales where all items are in the same direction, we find correlations with cognitive functioning of, what is that, minus 0.11. And if you look at scales where some items are reverse coded, the correlation between response errors and cognitive functioning is much more pronounced. That's minus 0.40 something. So a really big difference here. Take home is probably kind of obvious. People with lower cognitive ability, as I hope I've illustrated, some have more problems with optimally answering survey questions in aging research. And one potential implication here is really that we may think about what are creative ways to do a better job at designing surveys for people specifically with lower cognitive functioning. If we have population surveys at older ages, we want to make sure that, well, we get high quality data from everyone and not just from those who function well cognitively. So that seems to be a really important implication here. And of course, response quality in surveys is a potential indicator, potential early marker of cognitive ability, cognitive decline. Okay, switching gears to real Paradata maybe. Cognitive functioning and how do they relate to survey item response times? Little bit of a background on response times in cognitive ability testing, maybe just to get us into that mindset. The use of reaction times has a long history in cognitive assessment. For example, if you think of perceptual speed tests, processing speed tests, where the task is really to say, look at figures and decide which figure is the correct figure, and to click on the correct response as fast as you can is the instruction. So in these types of cognitive tests, the response time is the outcome variable. So you would think that how response times for survey questions relates to cognitive functioning might be well established, but it's actually not. There's not all that much literature on survey response times and cognitive functioning, in part maybe because survey response times are not simple reaction time tasks, right? So it's not like you are looking at the same item over and over and you have to give an answer as fast as you can. You can go at your own pace. Survey items differ vastly in cognitive demands. There are multiple cognitive processes underlying the responses to each survey item and so forth. So it's a lot messier, but maybe a lot more interesting also to look at. Yeah, but before going into messiness and intricacies, one of the early studies we did here was to really ask a simple question: does the average response time that a person has for a survey, for a bunch of survey items, relate to their cognitive function? We looked at this study or at these data in the UAS, and looked at surveys, as you can see here on the left side, between 2014 and 2015, and then really calculated each person's average response time for each of those surveys, and then just correlated them with a higher order cognitive functioning test administered in 2016, so afterwards, and found correlations with cognitive functioning, as you can see on the right-hand side, with effect sizes ranging between, say, 0.1 and 0.25. So not huge correlations, but for the most part, significant relationships. We also find that this average survey response times are associated with subsequent cognitive change. So a slower average response time on surveys associated with a decrease in cognitive functioning from 2016 to 2018 in a given person. Okay, but then so this was all about average response times of a person. Then we thought, how about response time patterns within a person? And an intuitive idea was that if a person across different survey items has a lot of variability in their survey response times, that this would be an indicator of lower cognitive ability. Why? Because this is something that has been shown a lot in aging research, that especially if it comes to reaction time speed, if a person fluctuates a lot from trial to trial in their reaction times, this is associated with worse cognitive functioning and foreshadowing cognitive decline. So we thought maybe we find the same thing in survey response times. And when we looked at the data, we actually were surprised to find the opposite is the case. So what we found is that a person on average who had more variability in their response times from question to question, that was associated with better cognitive ability. And so what we then did was develop some kind of a mini theory around this, which I'm trying to illustrate here. I'm not sure how exactly how successful this graph is, but I'm going to try and explain it. So this is hypothetical response time data for a single participant. On the x-axis, you have on the left-hand side, lower cognitive demands, and then as you go right, you have higher cognitive demands in the items. And the green slope is a person's tendency to slow down as the items go harder or get harder, which means that this is a person, if you have a steep slope, this person takes more time as the items deserve to be taken more time in order to get them right. And that is one source, we think, of intra-individual variability in response times that is associated with better response time regulation, adjusting your speed with the item difficulty levels. And then you have another source of intra-individual variability in response times. That's the scatter around the green slope. That is just quote unquote random variability, which could indicate neural noise, the inability to pay consistent attention to the items, and maybe lapses of attention, those types of things. And then from this slope, we can also derive a third parameter, which is a person's response time for an item that's really quick and easy, a very brief item and so this is an indicator potentially of processing speed, pure processing speed. How fast are you at responding to something that's an elementary cognitive task, basically?
Stefan, you have about 5 minutes.
Okay. What this here shows is that our results are consistent with what we think. So, faster processing speed goes a lot. What we see here is that this is associated prospectively with lower chances of MCI. A better response time regulation is associated with a lower chance of MCI and more spontaneous, more residual variability associated with a higher chance of MCI. Just, I think, 3 more slides. This is just showing that our derived indicator of processing speed, so how much time a person takes for a really quick and easy item, is associated has pronounced associations with a formal test of processing speed. So a correlation of minus 0.60 here, and is associated in expected directions with age. So as we know, the processing speed goes down with age, and we find this as well. And here's just one tidbit to show some dynamics of cognitive functioning that we can look at with response times in surveys. This is specific to response times in ecological momentary assessment, which is a technique where people complete brief questionnaires multiple times per day over several days. And these are all very simple, easy items, like how happy are you right now? So they're good candidates as indirect measures of real-time processing speed. And here's two quick examples what you can do with these data. The left graph shows diurnal cycles of response times for people with a lower chance of mild cognitive impairment, so cognitively normally functioning people. And you see a very pronounced diurnal cycle with slower response times in the morning and evening, and faster response times throughout the day. And this diurnal cycle seems to be disrupted for people with a high probability. So they had very flat diurnal cycles. On the right-hand side, you see how EMA item response times differ depending on whether people have currently momentary stressors that they report. So what this shows is that when a person reports that they currently had a stressful event, item response times in EMA go a lot slower. So people are maybe preoccupied with the stressful event. They feel distracted, but this difference in response times between moments where there is no stressor versus moments where there is a stressful event is much more pronounced for people who have a high probability of MCI. So indicating potentially a higher susceptibility to being distracted by stressors. And to sum this up, survey Paradata contain, I think, rich information related to cognitive functioning and cognitive decline in aging research. And of course, we're only beginning to understand how to turn the rich but messy Paradata raw material into meaningful cognitive measures. They're all indirect indicators and all ambiguous, but very interesting to look at. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Stefan. Again, round of applause that you probably missed, but thank you very much for the talk. Very interesting. Again, good way to conclude our presentation. So let's jump to questions. Any questions here in the room for Stefan? Yep.
Hi, this is a really interesting talk. Most of it was focused on cognition and cognitive change, but you put up a slide very briefly about mortality and how response quality is also related to mortality trajectories. And I wondered, I don't think you mentioned really the mechanisms for cognition I think are still questionable, but a little more intuitive. But for mortality, is it running through cognition, or do you have thoughts about other mechanisms?
So the study that we did, we actually did look at cognitive decline as a mediator of response quality and mortality, and a good portion was mediated through cognitive decline, but we exclusively focused on this. So the mediation is really partial, and it's really, these are unspecific indicators, so they could indicate physical problems, frailty, all sorts of things that also will mediate the relationship with mortality. So they're really unspecific, I think, indicators that there is something going on here, in part something cognitive. So yeah, we did find a partial mediation via cognitive decline. So not just current cognitive status, but also subsequent decrease. The extent or the subsequent slope in a person's cognitive ability was a mediator.
Henning?
Yeah, thank you for this interesting presentation. I am particularly interested in the relationship of your ability measure with like satisfying or low quality responses. And I was wondering, with slow responses, you probably have a hard time to like distinguish them. But if someone needs a long time, that might also not be an indicator of, or often not be an indicator of lower response quality, but just of slower, like, cognitive ability.
So that's specific to the response times and how they relate to individual differences in effort.
Right. Yeah. Right.
Yeah. Again, I think we probably have to do a better job at really disentangling response time variation that's due to effort and response time variation that's due to cognitive ability, and we're not there yet. I know there are some encouraging results in the methodological literature where it's specifically geared toward doing mixture models that say, for example, how fast are you compared to what we think you can do at the current moment or compared to your ability level, and then a second class of latent class that says, well, you're really outside of the possible range. And I think these are approaches that might be fruitful to disentangle complete careless responding, for example, where someone's so much faster or so much slower compared to what is within the realm of expected values based on a person's current functioning level, to disentangle a categorical carelessness from a plausible process of here are some cognitive ups and downs that someone may be experiencing. These are approaches that are being developed, but yeah, they're intricate and they're actually awesome to think about.
Thank you. We have a question from the chat. Do you know if there are already examples of research or survey methodological practices concerning adapting surveys for people with lower cognitive abilities or for people with special needs in general?
Yeah, so from my maybe limited understanding, so if you're looking at a target population where you are suspecting that they have cognitive problems, right? Then what's often being done is develop interviews that are specifically geared toward this group of people, right? So you will ask him simpler questions. You will take specific effort to make sure that these are simple questions. You will have an interviewer who may ask follow-up questions, probe more in order to make sure that they get the best answer possible. These are things that are happening, and I think we can use these maybe as examples or exemplars to say, how can we incorporate some of these aspects in studies that are really geared toward people with lower cognitive functioning, and implement some of those strategies in population surveys where we have this wide range, this big heterogeneity of individuals that have both low and higher cognitive abilities. And an adaptive version, I think, is an awesome idea. I don't know that this has ever happened, but yeah, that seems like a beautiful approach. So you would have to have some pre-knowledge or find out along the way that this person gives maybe poor quality answers, and then adapt your probing strategies accordingly. I don't think this is happening, but this is a good idea, really.
Yeah, the adaptive idea is really interesting. So
Okay, anything else in the chat? Okay. Other questions in the room? Yep.
Hi, so I've read a lot of your papers on this topic because I've been researching it in relation to the PSID. So I had a question about how you determine item complexity. So in a scenario where you're looking at sections of a survey where you only have section level response times rather than individual items, how do you look at the complexity of that section relative to others? Do you compose some kind of average, or how do you account for that variation?
Great question. We have been exclusively looking at response times for items that were individually administered on a screen. And I've so far always excluded anything where multiple items were presented on a screen together and you only get one response time. So this is a challenge and I don't have a good response. I'm sorry.
That's a great question.
Yeah.
Okay, any other questions in the room? Okay, if not, thank you, Stefan, for joining us from the West
Thanks for
Coast, and
having
let's
me.
give him a round of applause again for this research. Okay, so we're going to break for lunch until 1 o'clock. And again, at 1 o'clock, we're going to be starting our panel to kind of reflect on all the research that we've heard about, and then again, try to develop an agenda moving forward for research in Paradata. So I believe you'll be able to find lunch again across the hall, and there are drinks in the back of the room here, as well as desserts. So help yourselves, and we'll touch base again at 1 o'clock. Thank you. All right. Well, welcome back, everyone. I think we're going to get started with our final session here, and this is arguably the most important session. We're going to try to bring together and synthesize everything we've been talking about over the past day and a half, and really do some forward thinking about where future research on Paradata and its applications should be going, and kind of setting an agenda. And I think there's a good chance that what comes out of this panel is going to either become a forward to that special issue that I was talking about on Paradata and JSSAM, or it might become its own article, kind of telling the field about where we think things stand based on this workshop and the directions we should be moving in. So certainly an important part of the overall session. We have 4 distinguished panelists who have agreed to join us and provide their reflections on the research we've heard over the past day and a half. So we have Seth Sanders from Cornell, James Wagner from the University of Michigan, Esther Friedman from the University of Michigan, and Henning Silber from the University of Michigan as of October 1st. So what we're going to do, they're each going to have a chance to introduce themselves, say a little bit about their backgrounds and some of the research that they do. And then after we've heard those brief biographies, we're going to kind of go down the line and get their individual reflections on what they've heard and directions that they think we should be moving with this kind of work. And then after they each have a chance to kind of go through their own personal syntheses of what we've heard, we're going to open it up to a general discussion. And I encourage folks on Zoom to either type your questions in the chat or comments in the chat. We do see them on the screen now in the room here in Ann Arbor. So, and Katie Mattingly from ISR is going to be helping to moderate those questions, and she'll share those questions with everybody. But I want to have a general discussion, and we have a couple note takers here in the room who are going to try to get these ideas down again, so we can put this together as a product of this workshop, as an initial product. So. Okay, so without any further ado, I'm going to turn the floor over to our panelists. And again, just a brief biography and a little bit about your research. And then after everybody's had a chance to say who they are and what they do, then we'll kind of go down the line and get your thoughts on the past day and a half or so. So why don't we start with James? Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so hello, I'm James Wagner. As Brady said, I'm here at ISR. I'm a survey methodologist. My focus has been on Paradata analysis, but mainly with respect to non-response. So some of the talks that we saw yesterday, I think, Cameron, your talk, Mickey's talk, thinking about how we use Paradata in monitoring, understanding, and then also what can we do to mitigate non-response, which I think those have been concerns of mine. So I'll stop there.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Esther Friedman. I'm also here. I'm at SRC. I'm a research associate professor. I'm also associate director of the PSID, and especially mostly really responsible for and thinking a lot about the health and aging portions of the study. So I'm going to be partly wearing my own researcher hat and partly my PSID hat when I provide some comments. And my research areas are broadly related to health and aging in later life and cognition. And I've been doing some work with Tom Crosley in the room and Malak right behind him there on Paradata and cognition using the PSID wellbeing supplement that we saw presented earlier by Lynn. So I'm was excited to see that, and I'll be excited to talk a bit about that as well.
Hello, I'm Henning Silber. I have a background in social sciences / sociology, and I've been focusing on survey methodology for quite a while now. For the past 9 years, have been working at GESIS, Leibniz Institute for Social Sciences in Germany, on different kinds of survey projects. And my focus is really more on measurement errors. So I've been using, for instance, response times to assess measurement. And since October, I joined the faculty here at the Survey Methods program, and I'm looking forward to that. But today is about Paradata.
So my name is Seth Sanders. I am an economist at Cornell. I'm actually pinch hitting for Joe Hutz, who is my advisor. Unfortunately, there's decay in human capital across generations, but I'll do my best. I am a classically trained labor economist, but I've just worked with people in many different areas, neuroscientists. I'm working with Lynn, who's fantastic. What are you, statistician, I guess, Bayesian statistician, and sociologists and demographers. And so when I listen to this conversation, I'm always thinking about what people from different fields see.
Okay, so I guess I'll start with some comments, and I'll start with some general comments and then maybe talk about a couple of papers specifically. And one of the things that I've been thinking about and listening to the talks yesterday and today is just our need to release Paradata more frequently than we do. And I say that with a lot of internal conflict because I've only released Paradata a couple of times. I'm looking at Mick because this is something that we've done only very infrequently and under duress in many ways, because it's difficult to do, right? I mean, we need to understand how the users can make use of it. Most of the raw data aren't really useful, right? And because for concerns about privacy, we need to process them into some format. I think knowing more about how people would use those data would really help inform that process. We tend to think of them, I tend to think of them as useful for addressing non-response issues, and they certainly are. Even with respect to that, I think we could do more to make it easier for each analyst to make use of the available data, right? So they could know what are the characteristics of the sample, what are the characteristics of the responders, and design efficient analyses based on that information. Generally, what we do is we provide a general solution, right? We develop a set of weights or a set of imputations that address the missing data, and everyone uses the same procedures at that point. So I think releasing data would be important, but as someone who's gone through that process, I know that it's not an easy one and involves a lot of difficult decisions. And the other thing that came up today, I think during Claire's talk, was just ethics, right? Do we normally ask people, hey, we're going to be collecting additional information that you are unaware of, and what do we do to let people know about that and how those data might be used? It's not typically part of informed consents on survey. I mean, these data weren't generated for that purpose. That's been part of the definition in the past. They weren't generated with the idea that they would necessarily be released. But if that's what we're going to do, how does that impact what we're going to do in our informed consents? So that was one thought that I had. I also I was really excited by the range of talks that we heard, just because some of them I could have seen at conferences that I normally go to, and some I would not see at conferences that I normally go to. And putting those things together made me think about the possibility of cross-pollination. In particular, maybe just as an example, today we saw a lot about the use of response times. But we also saw some talks where people were looking at quality control and using recordings, right? And there was so much data in those recordings, and the people working with those data, so our colleagues from RTI and Westat, were using AI to turn those recordings into different kinds of data. And it felt to me like there might be a synergy between those sets of activities. That is, when we were talking about the problem of disentangling somebody who's satisficing from somebody who's actually have cognitive issues, could those data help us get to answer those types of questions? So it seems like there's this ability to cross-pollinate across the different kinds of research that we've heard over the last couple of days. That, to me, that was exciting. And I think we need to look for more of those opportunities. Another question that came up to me is just, do we have the right tools all the time? It felt like in some cases, the tools that we were using aren't necessarily the correct ones for prediction problems, right? So in prediction problems, a lot of the machine learning tools allow different kinds of interactions, different forms of the predictors to be included in a very natural way that doesn't happen when we're doing some kind of supervised learning with a human being performing model selection, which is most of what I do. But still, it seemed like that was, an open question for us is, are we using the right set of tools? I think when I listened to Sonia's paper, for example, yesterday, she kept saying, we haven't fully extracted all the information from the data. And it feels like that's sort of where we're at, generically, and maybe we could all take a lesson from that. I did some thinking about non-response. In listening to papers yesterday, I thought about how important model selection is. We don't often think about the purpose. I mean, it used to be we wanted to just fit the model. We wanted the strongest predictors we could find. And in fact, I don't think that's really the purpose. And I think that came out in Mickey's talk yesterday, that if we're just doing that, we're creating a whole lot of noise that's not relevant for our purpose. That is, it may not always be the case that more difficult respondents are different. I think Frauke showed us an example where that was true, but a lot of times it's not true. And for us to kind of differentiate those, we need to keep our eye on what it is we're trying to estimate. And I think that was an important lesson. It made me think of a recent paper that Rod Little had in JSAM in the Journal of Survey Statistics and Methodology, where he talked about what is a propensity? What is a response propensity? And I think we have a tendency to reify that notion, and I think it's helpful to keep that in mind as we start thinking about how we're going to use data for non-response purposes, particularly when we're using it on the data collection side. I think in general, thinking about non-response, we tend to do less. Like, I think the last 5 papers I've written are all about how we can do less and save money, basically. But we need somebody to try and do more so that we can always say, what would be the impact of doing less, right? And so I'm always a little anxious, even when I am proposing this kind of thing. So I think, in Mickey's paper, he showed a way to save money yesterday, but it made me concerned that we were losing the ability to do more and to know what the impact of that more might be. And the other thing that I had in my head while I was listening to papers yesterday about non-response is just thinking about how we measure data quality with respect to non-response. It's a missing data problem. I'm leaning more towards kind of prediction. Like, I want to know what I would observe if I did that interview, and less looking at the characteristics of the non-responders. But there's value in both of those things, and I think trying to incorporate all the sources of information in multiple ways is helpful. So those were just some of the thoughts with respect to non-response. With respect to Mickey's paper, I'll just say a couple of things. He had to leave. So we will communicate to him. I'll send him an email too. So, I like that the paper is making a very thoughtful allocation of effort, which I think is useful. We should be thinking strategically rather than just giving the same treatment to every case. Seems like it's a dead end. It's not going to produce high quality. I mean, it was kind of how surveys used to be designed, right? We would everybody got the same protocol, you applied the same effort, and we got high response rates. I think our current circumstances really demand that we be more thoughtful than that. And I think that's what Mickey's paper was doing. Where do we put our effort in order to get the most bang for our dollar in terms of quality? I would say I'd verify that actually reducing call attempts actually leads to cost savings. I've recently started to question this assumption in my own work, because I think there are situations where that may not be true.
We've been told that it did. It has been reported to us by those that charge us for such things.
Yeah.
But it did. But I don't know if that's consistent.
Yeah, I think it's true. We recently wrote a paper where we looked at the correlations between call attempts and interviewer hours, and the correlations are strong, like 80%. So I'm guessing it's true, but there are situations where I think it might not be true. And the last thing I'll say is just that comment I made a second ago, that I think we need to evaluate quality in a very broad sense. And I'd sort of like to know, what's the impact on estimates of the changes that have been made, right? Are you, and I realize there's a time series problem, that of course it could have been secular change in the population that led to changes. And so it's hard to compare things, but it may be that you can at least compare stable characteristics or make predictions about non-responders to see what you think the estimated differences are and who you've recruited with respect to those outcomes. On Cameron's paper on panel retention. So I think this panel setting is really fascinating, and I think it's not the same. It's not like a PSID or an HRS panel. It's really a panel where we've recruited people and we're sort of sharing the costs of that recruitment, which is expensive across many studies. And it's almost like in this setting, we're actually observing individual level response rates, right? We almost never do that, which is, when you think about it, the response propensity is based on assuming that, people that are similar with respect to the characteristics we observe are actually similar with respect to how they would respond, but we can't test that. And in this setting, you kind of can. You can even start to vary treatments to see what impact that has. And that seems like a real exciting opportunity in a way. The only other place I've seen that, I think, is the ag surveys, where farms, every 5 years, every farm will be sampled multiple times into different surveys. And so you get this opportunity to kind of test and retest things on the same persons and see, start to really make judgments about what's effective, and maybe even start tailoring the design at such a detailed level. Because that's the kind of situation where an adaptive treatment regime actually could work, right? It's a chronic condition. We're asking them repeatedly to participate in surveys. And we don't know how they respond, but we might learn over time what things can influence each of those persons. So that seems like an interesting opportunity. I also thought a lot about what you said about scrubbing, removing persons from the panel. And I have a sort of conflicted emotions here. So one of them is, I'd like to control that process as much as I can, right? So people make the decision whether or not to respond, but you could also decide when you are through with someone, right? Like, you could say, I'm going to eliminate people after certain requirements have been met, or after a certain period of time. We could also call it a rotating panel design at that point. Because I'm used to, as a sample designer, having that control, right? I can decide whether or not someone's in the sample. And I think if you looked at the panel situation in the same way, again, not the PSID type of setting, but in your setting, at least, it seems like you could make the decision, we only want people in a certain amount of time or a certain number of surveys. Expensive, I understand it, but that was one reaction I had, is that retention could be a thing that we also control in terms of scrubbing. Let me see. Cindy, your paper from your experience with monitoring, which I think is very useful. You showed how you're able to identify problems and respond to those. And I think that creates a strength, right? You're able to make sure that the regions and provinces are operating in the similar fashion, right? That you're identifying problems before they show up in the final data set. I think that's very useful. I've always wanted to see if we could do an experiment with monitoring like that, but it's really kind of untenable. Like here, we're going to do something that seems really good just on the face of it, but only for half of the sample. But my hunch is that it really does make a difference and that we're able to intervene and solve a lot of problems that would otherwise show up if we didn't, in the final data, if we didn't make those interventions. I certainly think that's a useful practice, but one for which we will probably never have experimental evidence unless somebody can correct me on that. I think that's my last comment. I'll stop there and we can discuss more. I'll turn it to Esther.
Thanks. So I'm going to focus on the papers, but I have some more general comments, but papers that were a little more focused on cognition and ability. So like Lynn and Seth's paper and the Stefan online paper. So, and I'm not giving very specific comments to the paper. I'm going to give general comments that I think kind of touch on both of those and some others. But I just want to say that these papers were really exciting to me as someone who studies cognition. I think thinking about new ways to get cognitive data that is really much less burden on respondent is really important. You know, some studies spend a lot of time with cognitive tests. Other studies have to cover a lot of other information, and it's really hard to add that much content. It has a lot of cost. And people don't like taking cognitive tests. So if there are other ways to get this information or use this information, I think that's, really, really useful for the field. I love that, Lynn and Seth used the PSID data. Those data they were collected in 2016 and the Paradata were made available back then. I think it was a little ahead of its time because people weren't really using Paradata that much back then. And it was Vicki Friedman's design, and she made those available along with the cognitive information, and there really wasn't a lot that came out of it. And I feel like now there are more people, going back to those data, and we do have plans to collect data like those again and to make things available. But we really don't regularly make Paradata available, so it's pretty unique, and it's a very unique use of the data too with the IRTs. I love some of the figures where you can kind of see, ability, like not changing that much over time, but then the speed, the response time is what really changes over time. So it does add another component potentially. I'll talk a little bit about how we maybe should be thinking about that. And Stefan presented so much work. I don't think I can summarize everything, but it, basically these like small mistakes in quality, and response time as well. These kinds of things in surveys can predict huge outcomes, really important health outcomes. So the sort of incidence of dementia and change in cognition over time, and even, mortality. And I think, there's so much more that could be done in this space. And they are like, Stefan is sort of the pioneer, really bringing all this out there. So I'm just going to provide some kind of bigger picture comments that I think touch on, this work and other related work and kind of maybe where we need to go from here. So I think a lot of the papers that look at cognition, not everything, I think not everything that Stefan presented possibly, but much of what we were looking at used web-related Paradata. That's kind of easy because it's automatically collected. But with the move to, people are maybe moving to web, but there's still a lot of, mixed mode studies. So even the Wellbeing Supplement did have a paper version. Can't get all that information, but you can get some data quality and other kinds of information out of the paper version as well. There might be something comparable there. There was even a phone component, but it's for a smaller percent of the population. And I think one of the things we need to think about here is, standardization across modes, because ideally, we don't want to throw out data, and the people who respond by other modes are obviously different than those, who respond by web. And that's the reason we have these other modes. So if we throw it out in these studies, we're losing part of the population, very likely part of the population with sort of lower cognition or who are older and for some reason can't complete, the survey on the web. So I think we're kind of missing that from certainly, from the studies that are using only the web-based version of the PSID, but I think even some of the other cognitive work that we saw today was kind of solely web-based. So just thinking about that, how to incorporate all these different modes of data. There's also so much potential Paradata we've been seeing over the last 2 days. A lot of the work on cognition, it uses a lot of these data as well. Some of the quality, response time is kind of the biggie. And I think one of the things, and I think James, you touched on this too, but like, how do we think about the best measures for capturing different kinds of outcomes? So maybe the best measures for non-response are different than the best measures for cognition. And what do these measures look like? We've also in most of these talks, been looking at like single measures of paradata. So either the response time or, 5 different measures of, quality of data individually. And I guess I was wondering, is there a kind of opportunity here to think about some kind of index or pulling together different pieces of paradata, especially with regard to cognition? Would it be more predictive of cognition if we bring these pieces together in some way? And maybe this is a place where like AI and machine learning can potentially help. This also, I think, came up a little bit in some of the talks, but not enough. So differences by population subgroups. And when we think about paradata, again, I'm going to say with cognition, because that's kind of my focus, but even with other outcomes, but thinking about the strength of the relationship between paradata and outcomes, this, we saw in Gemma's talk that this varied by, it varies by gender. Certainly, we've seen some differences by education. And then, also age, of course, when we're thinking about cognition. Some of the work focuses only on older ages, so 50 and over, 65 and over. But cognitive decline, if we're thinking about paradata as kind of capturing, early precursors to cognitive change, maybe we want to go back even younger and really look at differences across age groups and kind of what types of paradata, how they might vary in terms of what they're capturing at different ages. We also can't think about paradata kind of, I guess in a vacuum, just sort of taking it and using it and trusting in it. And I think this has come up in a few talks that if we think about response time, for instance, there are a lot of reasons people might respond more slowly. Some might be the kinds of things that we think of in terms of cognition that would capture poor cognition, right? That maybe they don't understand the question or it's too difficult, and these are capturing, aspects of cognition. But then some of these papers have shown, or maybe not shown, but looked at conscientiousness. Maybe people are taking more time because they care about getting it right, and they're spending, they're slower because they're thinking about things more. Maybe there's a language barrier. Maybe they're multitasking, especially on the web, right? Slowness isn't necessarily sitting there looking at the question. They could have other things going on in the background. They could be jumping off and making dinner at the same time. And, how do we capture things like that, or clicking through other things on their screen? So I know we talked about disengagement. I think there are a lot of pieces to all this that we need to really understand. We can't just kind of grab the paradata and trust in it just because there's a correlation there. And I guess, I think James said this really well, but one of my other points, I typed it last night, so I'm not stealing, but wearing my PSID hat, I've also been thinking, how do we make this available? Obviously, we're talking here about how great paradata are, and PSID, we made it available in 2016. We don't regularly make it publicly available, and it does seem like something that could be shared more as part of the data production process. I think maybe Stefan had a slide saying paradata are great because there's no cost. And I just want to say, there kind of is a cost. Like all big data, there's just a lot of data generated, no cost to the respondent. But in the data production side, there's a lot of cost on the back end. And we spend a lot of time doing data cleaning and processing on the back end. So thinking about how to make the process more efficient so we can make these data available. And as James mentioned, we don't need to make everything available. Like what is useful to researchers for different kinds of questions? What should we be making available regularly? And then we can always have messy data for anyone else. And I just wanted to mention one last thing, because Tom and I were talking about it during lunch, and this was also, Stefan, I think it was one of your last slides. There was a paradox that you presented, and maybe didn't quite think about it that way, but in terms of the punchline for survey researchers versus the punchline for cognitive scientists, from this body of work, that for survey researchers, we need to, it means we need to, looking at how response time is related with cognition, suggests that there are people with lower cognitive abilities who are having trouble answering these questions, and maybe we need to fix the study. And we had that nice discussion about maybe adapting surveys so it could be, better suited to people with lower cognitive skills, which seems really important. But then on the flip side, there's, for cognitive researchers, things like response time. Part of what we've been talking about here today is how these are great measures and people should use them more. But if we sort of fix the studies so that we can be more inclusive, we're also losing some of this information. It just seems like that's something maybe we should think about. What are we trying to capture? How can we capture it in different ways?
Okay, yeah, the workshop had a lot of interesting talks. I think it also illustrated that Paradata works. So basically, I think in every single one of the talks, there were like some predictions out of that and some useful information. I think many examples from Frauke's book about measurement and non-response error were touched upon in the talks. However, I also think, and Claire mentioned that in the title of her talk, there's a lot of untapped potential. So I think it's hard to use Paradata, particularly going beyond response times or things that are easily accessible. And it's completely understandable that if you go for all the effort using it, that you probably use those that are more easy to use and might be also the ones that are more predictive anyway. But there's still a lot to explore. And just for instance, when you consider Paradata in a web survey, and there are Paradata scripts that allow to measure 20, 30 or more Paradata, and you basically have to decide which ones you want to implement, which ones you want to include. And I ended up only often including like the 3 or 4 most important one, mostly related to response times. But there's still a lot to explore. And one way, and I think no presentation had that, unfortunately, is one way to that something becomes more standard is also to have some tools that make it easy for researchers. So if there would be tools to easily measure Paradata or include it in measurements in a way that people can use it, in particularly a more difficult way because it's often unstructured, to use it for analysis in simple ways, when more people would use it. And there might be even a larger workshop on that with multiple panels or something like that. So I think that's still something out there that would have potential to develop some like standardized tools to include it. We saw 2 examples of using Paradata for panels, and as panels might become even more important for social sciences. I think there's certainly also a potential to use it for measurement error and non-response. And as Ipek pointed out, for measuring, particularly for measuring assessing measurement error, there are not so many standards out there, and Paradata could be helping to find standards. Not only, of course, but that could be a way forward. But also, I think with respect to attrition or panel non-response, there is also certainly more research to be done. Looking a little bit beyond just doing surveys, there were examples of using text data or behavioral experiments in online surveys. And that might be the cases where Paradata might be even more useful than just for surveys, because it has the potential to also measure interactions or how people engage in an online environment. And particularly also when we think that the field might move more in the direction of behavioral data or digital trace data, that might be also really an opportunity for survey methodologists to apply their knowledge they have learned with Paradata to those fields as well. And going back to Frauke's keynote from a ICR symposium, she kind of had a picture that all archives might work together to create historical data and so on. And I mean, Paradata provides a lot of context for surveys or other measurements, and maybe that could be also opening some potential with AI to produce predictions that are useful, however they might look like. Yeah. I'm handing over.
All right, thank you. So I will try to offer a few comments, and I'll talk about Gima's paper just a bit as well. So the first is the obvious point that's been made many times, that the only way we're going to make progress is by releasing the Paradata. I wanted to make a couple comments on that because I can easily see how it could become overwhelming. And I think Esther's point is right, that the data has to be organized. Releasing the data without a structure is not going to be very helpful. What I would say is, I think the PSID has already done a good job. And what I mean by that is, I would divide the world into two kinds of Paradata. Paradata that's very easy to collect and release given the current format of surveys. And then there's Paradata that you could, it's going to require changing the survey instrument. So response times, clicking back in the survey, everything that you've released, you naturally fell into releasing it because it was the thing you could do with the format that you had developed. If you want to do eye tracking, you're going to have a different format, unless the eye tracking gets a lot better, because binary choice has to be far apart on the screen. So I think you can, the first task is, what can you release with the current format that you have for the survey? The nice thing for me is that you already have a survey community, and PSID is exemplar of this. We already have skip structures, there's all kinds of information out there that helps you understand how the flow of the survey goes. And so in a way, I think item level Paradata is actually easier to release, because you understand how you got to that question and who got that question. And so then you understand what you have timing on and what you have click back on and so forth. So besides being, I think, scientifically important to release things at the item level, I think it actually might be easier than to try to come up with summary measures and so forth. Okay. Here's where I get to go off the rails a little bit. So, here's what I think is that the reason this is so difficult is because we don't have very strong theory about what different pieces of Paradata mean. So let me just start with one, which is like response time. That's what Lynn and I have been working on. Just take that. So here are 5 things that it could mean. It could measure cognition. It could measure uncertainty about the answer. That seems very reasonable. Nima was interested in effort. That seems like very reasonable. It could measure constraints like language, neurodiversity. These things all came up. Or it could measure evasion, uncomfortableness, stigma. All of those things could be reflected in just this one Paradata response time. And I think we kind of have to fess up to that this thing could be a mixture of many, many things. The good news is, if you actually write down, be very explicit about the kinds of things that it could be measuring, that helps you start to think about what else can you collect. So some of these things you might then have other measures on the survey that you can control for. It also might suggest experiments. So if response time reflects effort, then when you incentivize correct answers, response time ought to go up. You could run that experiment. If what's happening is that it's reflecting evasion or stigma, then response time, when you have a self-administered questionnaire, should be different than when you have to make a public statement. But you can't really do those experiments until you sit down and think about what the theory is for each of the paradata on the question. That's what I think it comes down to. Now, here's the funny thing is, I told you I work with people across many different fields. So when I talk to neuroscience, they tell me that response time is about neural processing. That neural processing, your neurons degrade with age, and that's why you slow down with age. Economists, human capital. That's what Lynn and I claimed, and that's what Ari immediately said. Yes, it's human capital. And the educational researchers, they see that women are putting in all this effort more than men, and they say, no, it's effort. And this is for you, Kate. Sociology, barriers and constraints. That's what it is. So, yeah, pretty much. But that's good. That's good to have all these people in the room with these priors on what these things are, because the truth is any of them can be true. And like I always like to say that you have a good question, you can place a bet on it. And this is something where you could set up what you believe these paradata are reflecting, and you could place a bet on it. You could think about experiments that would prove yourself right. I guess the other thing I wanted to say is that paradata is free, but you might just be getting what you pay for. That's sort of the problem. And what I mean by that is it's right now it's free because it's the only way we've thought about it. But I do like this idea about going out into the neuroscience community where they have designed tasks where time has a specific meaning. And there have been a few European studies that have incorporated some of this, like the Berlin aging study had some nice experiments. There's a very strong pattern in the neuroscience literature that when you look at binary choice, that people slow down and take a long time to make decisions exactly when it doesn't matter, when they're indifferent. That's when they take time. And so you could imagine, setting up, data collection where you were interested in different choices and recording that response time, because it would give you another signal as to where people were, in terms of balancing these different choices. But these are not free. These take up time on the survey instrument. You have to decide which ones you want to do and so forth. Okay, I'm done.
Okay, thanks to all of you for those reflections and thoughts. First thing I think we should do is maybe get some audience reactions to some of those ideas, whether it's about feasibility or actual implementation thoughts moving forward. And again, if you have something you'd like to type online in the chat, we'll monitor that as well. But also in the room here to see if people have thoughts and ideas about implementation or what's been suggested up here. Charlie, yep.
Well, I've been thinking about low-hanging fruit, stuff that's cheap or stuff that we already have. And mostly stuff that comes from the need to manage the survey. So for example, on PSID, we call some people an enormous number of times before they actually do the interview. What do we know about the quality of those efforts? I don't know actually anything about whether the people that respond after 16 calls are any less attentive than the people who respond after. So I think we will have to go after those people anyway, but it would be useful to know whether there's a diminution in data quality. That leads to changes in what time of day we call them. Okay, so we keep calling them different times. I think we've gone more to nights and weekends over time as we tried harder and harder to get people. And that may actually matter. It may matter for cognition. There's a literature about Italian judges. I believe it's Italian judges that you want your case to come up after lunch rather than before. For judging vignettes, I wonder if the same thing is true.
That's because the Italians drink wine.
What? Well, that may be true for our respondents too, Seth. No. We periodically increase in financial incentives. Now, sometimes we do that while we're in the field at the end, trying to get the last 2% of the response rate up. And those are obviously different cases. But then there are times when, we don't we don't index the response payment to the CPI. Okay, so it's kind of like the minimum wage. It stays constant for a while. And then we decide, we need to bump it up. And whether, increasing the respondent payment has any effect on the effort that people put into what we're doing. And then finally, at least lately on PSID, we've been asking people, why do you participate? Okay, and the two modal answers are because it's a family thing, my parents have been doing it, and the other is for the money. And while I realize, like in the cognition study, you didn't find anything for conscientiousness, this is kind of potentially a domain-specific measure of conscientiousness, right? You might imagine the people who do it because the family's been doing it are in some sense more attached to the survey than the people for whom it's a payday. And so these are all, almost zero cost. I won't say zero cost, but that's an exaggeration. But there's stuff that we kind of all have somewhere and wouldn't be terribly expensive if the research community decided that it was valuable enough to mass produce it.
Maybe the panel could reflect on some of Charlie's ideas, if you like, or if you have any immediate reactions. Way to shut it down, Charlie.
No, Charlie, I mean, you're right. There's low-hanging fruit. I would love to know whether people that participate for different reasons, have different non-cognitive measures on the survey, that someone should write that paper. You should write that paper.
I see a lengthy question in the chat. Katie, do you want to try reading that one?
Sure. This is from Dr. Daniil Lebedev. Hope I got your name right. What are your thoughts on using combination of different types of paradata for retrospective or real-time quality assessment of respondents' engagement and response quality in general? Similar approaches already in use for quite some time in survey agencies with fieldwork monitoring dashboards, but it is mostly focused on interviewers' behavior. While combination of paradata types and web self-administered surveys can also be helpful as a basis for identifying time for interventions, for example, immediate feedback, or retrospectively identifying respondents with higher satisficing propensity for potentially filtering these responses. The usefulness of that was seen, for example, yesterday during Sonia Grevin's presentation on mouse movements, where in one of the models, response time was the strongest predictor, but adding mouse movements indicators increased the model's accuracy. Do you think it feasible and or meaningful?
Yes, I think it has definitely great potential. I would tone a little bit back in that is used so often. I mean, we saw a very good example how it's used, but I think that surveys that are for a long time in the field, they probably don't provide, like, it's very timely feedback, but probably not during the interview or something like that. So, but especially there, I think when the field moves now to online surveys, there is potential for immediate feedback or adaptations of questions or questionnaires. And I think that is definitely an area where Paradata can be very useful, and particularly when adaptations are made, are they successful or has it to be changed again and things like that?
I'd add a little bit of that just based on my own experience. A couple examples, and that's a great question. One, a PhD student of mine, Felicitas Mitrader, she was very interested in break-off in web surveys and looking at predictors of break-off, potentially with the ability to identify break-offs in real time and what could be done to mitigate those break-offs in real time. And she was able to, with the help of our tremendous staff at SRO like Andrew over here, she was able to implement an experiment in a survey that measured whether or not people were speeding and skipping and so forth in real time. in a web survey and then intervene with a message that popped up and provide a reminder that said, you know, your responses are very important. Please slow down and think carefully about these different responses. It's just a very brief message. And then she analyzed the heterogeneity of the effectiveness of that kind of pop-up intervention across different sociodemographic subgroups to see if that would help to mitigate break-off behavior. And she did, in fact, find that that kind of messaging was helpful for particular subgroups, not everybody overall, but for particular subgroups. So there are examples of the feasibility of monitoring paradata in real time and then intervening in response to those aggregate measures. And she has published this work, so I'm happy to reference that as well. Another example of this kind of real-time idea in the National Survey of Family Growth, in addition to studying indicators of non-response, we also collected keystroke indicators of, for example, suppressing errors, skips that the interviewers were using in real time. And again, this wasn't directly a measure of data quality for respondents, but we used those indicators of measurement error from keystrokes to intervene with interviewers who looked really unusual in terms of those question by question data. For example, if they were frequently suppressing errors on these items, they were misinterpreting how that should be handled in terms of what happens when they see an error when they're actually conducting an interview. And we found that intervening based on those interviewers who had these big red flags in terms of frequently suppressing errors or frequently speeding actually helped to curb that behavior, where if we hadn't have intervened, that may have persisted for the entire data collection if they were just misunderstanding instructions or something like that. So what I'm trying to say is I think it's very feasible to do what Daniil's suggesting. And I think, like Henning was saying, more focus on how we can prevent measurement error by real-time analysis of paradata would be really helpful as a direction. So, yeah, Cameron.
Yeah, I was like along those lines. So I kept thinking about the response time stuff like within a survey, and I'm thinking about our endlessly long state health surveys that you can't get anybody to cut as much as you tell them that they should. But, you know, I wonder if like a within person, right? Like to be able to create a measure that's a within person response time average at the start of the survey. And then if you're tracking that in real time, both initially, I think it could help just making the case, right? Like that you can see sort of at what point in the survey is that changing relative to an individual sort of average time, to be like, they're done, right? Like they've stopped reading these questions, they've stopped paying attention, and either ideally get the sponsor to cut the survey, secondarily, maybe incentivize, right? Like that's when a message pops up like, this is long, I know this is long, you know, remember you're getting $20 if you finish this, right? Things like that. Or even, you know, even I think other possible alternatives that I haven't seen tried for these surveys, but things like, you know, it's okay to come back. Like actually, like we're always so worried about preventing breakoffs, but once you have a respondent that's halfway through the survey, we found that like we can incentivize them to come back in. And particularly if you're like, you seem like you're getting tired, maybe you want to take a break and come back in an hour, right? Like something like that. I don't know.
Thanks. And we had a question on the chat. Dr. Jeldrick Baker is interested in the name of that article about breakoff. I think it was Brady who was discussing it.
Yeah, it's another awesome long name. It has to do with dynamic prediction of breakoff in web surveys. And my student's name was Mitterader, so it's Mitteredder, and then my last name West, and it's dynamic survival prediction. That's the keywords to look for, like on Google Scholar or something. So, yep. Panelists, any thoughts about those last couple ideas? If you guys want to share.
I mean, I think it's a cool idea. I mean, I can see how you could, you know, especially if, you know, if you're doing this on a computer assisted system anyway, that you could build a tool in that would be tracking how people were doing. and in terms of both accuracy and speed. But if you think that speed is measuring fatigue, and it could be.
One thing to think about is just the load, because we struggled early on with Feli's study about there was a lot of processing going on in the background, and to get that back out in real time so it didn't slow the survey down was a challenge that we did overcome. But like, if you're doing that, for one case, on the web, you might have thousands of cases. So you need to make sure you have enough computing power behind the scenes to actually do that in a way that's not detrimental to the study.
Yeah, because in the background, I mean, it's a cool idea, but again, when the rubber hits the road, it's always a challenge. In the background, every time there was literally a single new action in the data collection, a model was being refitted. And so, that's where your web surveys might hang a little bit depending on your internet connection. But if you're introducing that hang because of a model that's being fit in the background to generate your dynamic predictions, how can we make sure that doesn't prove to be a huge issue? And that took plenty of skilled programming and thinking about how to make that as efficient as possible. But right, I remember when we first started with that idea, you'd enter an answer and then it would just sit there and hang and spin and spin and spin, and anybody's going to break off when they see that in a web survey. So that's where you really need help of skilled programmers and so forth. So, okay. Other thoughts about ideas that have come up with the panelists so far? Other thoughts? Okay, yeah.
I keep thinking about the sort of more substantive side of the use of Paradata. In part, I was inspired by Seth's work with Linda Waite and thinking about keystrokes and SHAP and extent to which it mattered for cognition. But I keep trying to think about other kinds of outcomes that those who are sort of focused in these efforts could explore. And so I was trying to tease out, how would I think about something that's about cognition rather than depressive symptomatology, for instance. And I could imagine that each might have a slowness to it. Just thinking about people might be less engaged, less deliberate. Are we making assumptions about age that it really is something that's cognitively focused and not depressive symptomatology? Would there be other kinds of things that might relate to our motor skills? Parkinson's disease, for instance, and precursors to that could affect the way we use the mouse or the way that we, again, think about speed. I'm sure these are the kinds of substantive questions that have occurred to many in the room, but as I think about encouraging graduate students to potentially look at data like these, what are the kinds of things that we might encourage them to explore? So I'm just interested in your broad thoughts on that.
I'm very sympathetic to that comment. I think, there's this, the NLSY has the famous ice cream question. And they asked the question just so they could see how people answer questions, like how long it takes them, and so forth. And I think we kind of need something like that on these, like placebo questions. A sentence that doesn't really matter at all, but it gives you a way of judging how fast people read, or for things like how steady their hand is, and a task that has nothing to do with, So that I think could be helpful. Mostly I like what you said because it laid out some specific hypotheses, and there may already be observables like, depression scores that, and so you could at least start there.
Yeah, I guess I was going to say this. I was going to mention the observables because there's a lot of information in something like the PSID. So tons of health information, right? Like depression, but there's also, functioning can get at maybe it's not perfect. You won't know how well someone holds a mouse, but you might know a little bit about their, mobility, whether they use some assistive devices or something. So I think digging into the data and seeing what we can use to test whether some of these factors are what's kind of, that's what we're actually seeing. Maybe that explains the relationship with cognition. I think there's already a lot there, but I agree that there are pieces that are missing, that maybe there's other ways to get them.
I don't think this came up today. It came up last week, and I don't know if Ari's still here. But I feel like one of the things that people keep asking about web surveys nowadays is AI, right? And how, whether it's causing issues. And I think that, right, Paradata is the way that we're going to identify that. And I'm thinking more, even, on our panels, like, because we don't have a bot problem on probability panels, but we do have there are cases, especially if you're asking a respondent for an open-ended response of some sort or something that takes a little bit of thought, going and copying information from ChatGPT or whatever, and then coming back. And I think, some of the surveys monitor the click away data. And I think that's a really good tool to start thinking about as we get more and more into the concerns about AI. It might not have, I don't know that that's necessarily a data quality problem, but it's something we should be tracking.
With that, Cameron, to add to your point, I really like the idea. A couple panelists brought up this whole a set of Paradata context or one of those like lists of Paradata. And I was thinking about this because with different modes, there's different data or different Paradata. And then the panelists were mentioning, well, each Paradata might mean something and might measure something. And then there's also complications of like how we measure that Paradata, and that there's confidentiality issues. Wouldn't it be great to have a toolkit that like puts it out there? And you were mentioning AI, the use of AI might be useful in the sense that like put together a toolkit and then provide all that information in one place where each of us could go and understand, maybe like think through things a bit better that way. Because I think, Henning, you mentioned this, and with, for instance, online panels, I was mentioning yesterday, we are all doing our own thing, right? Like that whole standardization is something that this type of toolkits can really help with.
Any reactions to that idea, this kind of standardized set of tools with Paradata?
Yeah, I think the hard part, I was talking about earlier, I think is what do the users need? And, I can sort of define what I would like to see. My purposes are mainly related to non-response, but things I've heard today make me think, oh, my purpose is not your purpose. And, other elements of the Paradata that are much more useful for you and how they're structured, especially for us coming out of keystroke files or the mouse clicks that come out of the web, that kind of information is very detailed, and trying to convert that into something useful. You have to know what you want to use it for, I think, before you can really define what those variables are going to be. But it might be that you could have some help even in that, right? So what are the many uses that have been identified for these, and how could we structure the data to satisfy 80% of those uses?
I feel like the more and more that Paradata are made available to users, that more public use cases come up, the more questions will come up from data users, say, hey, I would really benefit from having this, or can you guys produce that, or something like that. So I think there's kind of multiple steps, and the first step is just getting it more in front of people. So I think that's a huge takeaway. Cool. Yeah.
My fellow panelists. So I had never thought about the privacy issues. What are the privacy issues? Like, I'm thinking about like item level response times or mouse clicks. Is that put respondents at risk? It's just not my area. I just had never thought about it.
Yeah, I mean, to the extent that they're really revealing something about their cognition and they don't know that that's necessarily being measured, maybe it's more of an ethical question. I don't know that it creates a risk of exposure identification. I suppose it could, but I think it's more, ethically, are they aware of what they were doing? We've had this discussion a lot with web surveys where you can capture a lot of information on a web survey. and the respondent won't know the mouse clicks, the leaving the tab, that kind of information. And would they want us to have that information if they knew that they were giving it to us?
Ipek, did you want?
Oh, I was just going to reiterate. I think, yeah, the whole issue is about monitoring them with or without their knowledge, right? Are they aware? I think you were mentioning earlier, you know, in the background, yes, maybe it's not an identification issue or a cell size issue or a disclosure issue, but it's all about, you know, us embedding cookies in the background or, you know, monitoring their behaviors, which some people are very uncomfortable with. That's the way I'm thinking about that.
So,
Sorry, like the point you made, James, I just was reiterating it.
I think, and yeah, Tom, I'll come right back to you. So I think, Claire, your team is in a really good position because I think Emma said you already have this kind of drafted consent language, like to do an experiment that says some people see that consent language. Do they not respond to the survey, or do they speed, or like in the awareness of that you're monitoring what they're doing, like do they behave differently? Like you could learn a lot of stuff from that kind of experiment where some people are given that consent. And I think, you know, we'd learn a lot from an experiment. I don't think there's anything out there about that right now. So the fact that you guys are already thinking about this and you have that kind of language drafted, if you did some kind of randomized experiment, I think that would be really interesting. So, yep.
So I was just going to say, in addition to the ethical issue, as somebody who's been involved in running panels, I'm always worried about, you know, what if we collected data from people without their knowledge and then they found out, right? You know, how would that affect panel retention? You know, if somebody saw the paper and realized that they'd been revealing things that they hadn't agreed to reveal. So I think it's ethics is the first thing, but in addition, there's just this sort of concern about in panel context about maintaining the goodwill of our respondents and never being very careful about putting that at risk.
Yeah, I was when I started collector data, I was told it's like some kind of gray area to you. Maybe you should tell response, but you don't have to. I'm not sure. So at least in Germany, I'm not sure how it is here, but I think my institution in Germany went in the direction to tell, because it's just as researchers good to do that if you collect it, and what if we find out or something. And the more you collect, the more can also combine, of course, and produce some measurements or identifications that you are not aware of. The one Paradata that I know that is collected on this item level that we didn't reveal and that might be problematic is when you have open questions and someone types something in and deletes it. So that's also captured, or you can capture that. And that's something people stop basically doing research on in my institution there, because it's really problematic.
Katie, I see there's a question in the chat again.
Yes, Dr. Bacher asks a question for each of the panelists. What is the one thing you would like to find out if you had your ideal mix of data, and what mix of data would be ideal for you?
Let's go down the line.
I'm sorry, is there a question for me in the room? I can't hear.
Oh, no, I was just saying we'll go down the line. So
Thank you.
yeah, so it's what is the one thing you would like to find out if you had your ideal mix of Paradata, and what mix of Paradata would be ideal for you?
That's a really good question. Yeah, I think personally I'm very interested in this in web service to do live interventions. So I even don't know what Paradata is most useful for that by now, but whatever it might be. So just to inform, life interventions that work, that either help to prevent break-offs or to just improve response quality.
So, I'm interested in cognitive outcomes, and so I guess my answer is kind of yes. I mean, I want to find I think I want to find out what is that ideal mix. I don't remember how Brady framed it, but I was thinking that's what I want to know. I don't think I have an answer to what the right data are, and that's still an outstanding question, and that's what I would want to try to figure out.
Yeah, I think like along the lines of what Esther's saying, like having some kind of just very exploratory, like Netflix type competition where you throw people a bunch of paradata from a survey and ask them to identify the collection of best algorithmic predictors of cognitive ability or something like that. Like something like we have these kinds of data competitions all the time, like do something like that to identify like what's the most unique combination that ultimately provides the best predictors of some outcome that we're interested in. So
exactly.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think ideal is kind of a strong term. Today I've been thinking about this situation where you have the same respondents and you have repeated surveys of those persons. And it'd be great if you could actually present those as different, separate surveys, and you really could observe within each person real efficiently, well, how do these different features of the design work? I will say one thing, which is not ideal, but less than ideal. Early in my career, I was very excited about level of effort paradata. How many attempts does it take? And all those sorts of questions. And while they're very powerful for telling us who might respond to a survey, they don't give us really much information about, how they might differ with respect to the questions we would ask them in most cases. I know Frauke showed an example that was different than that, but I find in many cases, those measures aren't strongly related to the outcomes in the survey. That used to depress me, like, oh, that's what I'm looking for. But if you think about it, it's a good thing, right? It just means that, in fact, much of the non-response we observe is random in some sense.
Well, I'll give you my answer for this moment. I'm like Esther interested in cognition. And, before I would talk about what would be the ideal paradata, I think I would want to know more about what questions are actually doing to the respondent that's answering them. So for example, some questions take memory, other questions take calculation, other questions are questions that spawn impulsivity. And all of those cognitive neuroscientists have worked on. And so the first thing I'd want to be able to do is have a set of questions and know like what processes are actually being triggered when that question is being answered. Now I can start to think about the paradata that might help me, pin down mechanisms. Like if you're slow on memory, but you're not slow on, executive functioning, then that's starting to tell you something. No.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, so looks like the follow-up was not just paradata. It could be a combination of paradata, survey answers, auxiliary data, and metadata. What's your ideal contextual data set? I mean, it's a good question. So we've been talking about paradata, like what other variables might, for example, interact with paradata to predict stuff that we're looking at. Again, that's where I think like this kind of machine learning thing would be useful, a useful exercise to not just consider paradata, but see if there's other variables that interact as well. So, yeah. Okay, good. Other thoughts or questions in the room? Maybe questions for our panelists, or again, thinking forward, like research that you would like to see based on what we've heard, or extensions of projects that we've heard about that you might like to see. Anything along those lines? Yeah, you bet.
One thing I was hoping to see in this workshop, and I know it's limited time, but the paradata from either email or text or new and emerging modes like app data, Those are like all the new things that I'm really interested in, and I'm just like curious to hear about, you know, either others' thoughts on this or the panelists' thoughts on those.
Thanks. Yeah, good question. So yeah, for the panelists, any exposure that you've had to working with Paradata from, you know, attempts to contact by email or text, or even text interviewing, which is a thing some studies have tried, or Paradata from smartphone apps, if you have any experience with that.
So a little bit. I mean, so one of the studies that I worked on about 10 years ago, we looked at using smartphones with our interviewers. So this probably isn't what you were thinking about, but we wanted to study actually errors in the Paradata that we generate from that our interviewers generate. I'll say it's difficult to do. So working with geographic data is difficult. And one of the difficulties we had is we had separate systems, our sample management system and then the GPS data. And so they weren't necessarily linked. And we had to kind of, after the fact, link those two things together. And we were looking for instances where we saw behavior in the GPS data that we didn't see in the call record data, right? Or vice versa. And I think we found some of those things, but what I found was that things could be ambiguous, right? You know, you could see something that looks like a potential error, but and we did kind of qualitative interviews where we said, hey, what happened here? We could find explanations for it. So it was kind of like what Jerry showed us this morning, where he said, oh, look at these mismatches. And then when we pulled it apart, there were very few actual mismatches. You know, a big chunk of the errors that he found were actually partial interviews where the consent had been read in a different setting, right? The previous session. And now we didn't read it because it wasn't necessary to do that again. So I think you can find those kind of things. But that's the experience I had, which probably isn't the kind of thing you were asking about.
Yeah.
Nevertheless.
Ipek, I'll just say from a couple of our own studies, Chris Antoon at JPSM at the University of Maryland and me and a couple of our colleagues, we have a paper under review right now where we programmed our own custom smartphone app and then tested out modular design, which, as you know, we are both interested in. And as a part of that smartphone app, we asked the respondents how easy they thought the survey was or how enjoyable it was and things like that. And so we analyzed kind of ease of use for people exposed to different modular conditions in that kind of smartphone app. So that's one example. It's along the lines of what Charlie was saying, where, you know, we could ask, why did you participate in the survey, or what motivated you to participate in the survey, as, you know, in response to using different modes. So we tried different modular conditions, and then we compared them in terms of how easy they thought it was and so forth. And we also did that in a text message survey a couple of years back and found that people, you know, exposed to a modular design found that to be much easier. They had a better experience, like answering the survey. So that's just a little example from along the lines of what you're asking, but that's just from one of my own experiences.
Yeah, so for instance, like I'm also wondering, like week of the day, time of or day of the week, time of the day, when it's like the most convenient for them, or when you know, do we want to tailor our different contact times and days to specific subgroups? So parents, for instance, maybe they don't want to be bothered at a certain time. So those are some of the things. I think there are a lot of good implications of this Paradata coming from those.
Yeah. Like text interviewing, and this is another application of AI. Like if you're using, I forget whose talk that was, I think it was part of the 75th anniversary, like Frauke was showing some examples of AI text interviewing versus person text interviewing, like seeing if there are pauses or freezes, if you're using AI, things like that. You know, it's just a fascinating new direction. So, yep. Henning, were you going to add something?
Yeah, just wanted to also add something to that. I'm not sure if it's only for app service, maybe for a service general on smartphones. If you think of Paradata providing context to a survey or to responses, when if someone does the survey on a smartphone, that opens a lot of possibilities. Smartphones have maybe 20, 30 more sensors in there that you could basically include in your Paradata measurement. And it could be just where the person is or how the temperature is, if a person is moving, and all kinds of other sensors that I even don't know yet about it. And when you think about apps, then many people do also something like experience sampling that just prompts messages when someone does a certain activity on the smartphone. And yeah, there's also possibility to learn how people respond to that. And goes maybe a little bit in the modular design that Brady mentioned, but far beyond also.
Yeah, I was going to say we don't really use like SMS surveys or everything, but just the fact that they can go online whenever they want, that helps. But we send SMS and text reminders, and we observe that, on specific days, sometimes not necessarily the time, but specific days, it can be more efficient for some reason, like on the Thursday or, so that's the type of thing we're looking at too on our side, like more the timing of the reminders, because we won't do that. We will never use like an SMS survey or anything, but we use it really for to send reminders.
Yeah, it's a good question. I think Andrew stepped out, but has anybody worked on surveys where I know we talk about like contact heat maps and when are the best times of the week to try to make contact, like in a CAPI or a caddy setting. But is anyone aware of data that say what are the best times when most emails are opened or when most text messages get opened, if we're going to use those modes for reminders? Has anyone ever worked on a study looking at that? I think that's another implied direction of this. Yeah, Heather.
I think we looked at that on, I want to say it was the STARS project at one point. We looked at day of week opening an email, and I don't think we found any sort of pattern at all. It's not a lot to talk about, but that's what we found.
Yeah, we've looked at it anecdotally, but we haven't systematically looked at it. But I think like EPEC and we probably have a ton of that. At least we know from our panelists, like it's not going to help with the sort of call out, but from our panelists, because we do email them and text, and also probably actually all of our recent RBS polling work, because we do texting on that. We could probably get that data. The other source of Paradata that I have used a little bit that was actually really cool, and I think it could be used even more. So we were having an issue with response rates for one of our ABS studies in Wisconsin, and we were concerned that there was some mail theft going on with the visible incentives. And so because we get the scan data of we get the data from when it leaves the initial postal facility and when it's scanned back into the final postal facility before it goes out onto the truck for delivery. And the theory was that like, if it was all one post, like if those if all the missing cases were in like one final post office, that was more likely a theft issue than if it was like the whole state. And so I just like GIS mapped all of the geocodes of the addresses that hadn't been delivered. And you could see in that case that it was very spread out. Like it did not seem like this was a single post office, whereas there have been other cases where we know theft has occurred that if we had mapped it, we probably would have seen it in different chunks. So I think it's another way of using that sort of data and mapping.
Yeah, one thing we tried on another one of our studies, the USPS actually tracks mail delivery. So you can purchase reports of how many pieces of mail are actually delivered and scanned at each of the delivery points. And we did this during COVID to see if there was evidence of mail arriving during COVID and whether there was variability across different areas. So that information is readily available. It's a stretch of Paradata, but it is about the process that you're trying to use. So it is possible to do that. So. Okay. Good. So modes, definitely an issue, like what's useful Paradata across different modes of contact and responding. So, yep.
Hi there, my name is Mona Mana. I'm from SRO. I work with the Dawn Suite. And I work primarily with surveys that have been translated into Arabic. But I'm aware that there are other surveys that have been translated to other languages, for example, Spanish. And I'm curious to know if there are studies that have examined Paradata from translated surveys to see if response rates and completion rates might differ if a survey were administered in a translated format versus designed from the get-go in the language of respondents, the first language of respondents. And I'm also just curious to hear from you in general about language considerations and Paradata that could be collected about that factor in designing surveys. Thank you.
Fantastic questions. Yep. Yeah, panelists, I guess if you want to kind of give your thoughts on the language issue, and that's a great question, like a translated survey versus original coding in the original language, how the response rates compare. So if any of you have thoughts on that, that'd be useful.
I think Tom, I think the well-being supplement was in English and Spanish, and I don't know if we can look at that, but we haven't looked at it yet. Yeah.
Yeah, so I think the interesting question is if the entire survey was written in the original language versus being translated from English.
Oh.
That's
Okay.
the really important question, I think.
I mean, we don't have that because we sort of do one or the other, right? But I mean, it struck me that looking at timings would be an indicative of how good the translation was, right? Or maybe if there are particular questions that are much longer in the translated, to take much longer to respond to in the translated questionnaire than they do in the original. That might tell us something important.
I don't know where I've seen this, so I don't know the reference, but I feel like there's been some work done and it's interesting on web surveys. You can learn a lot about the items and the translations and the sort of cognitive load for non-native speakers, because a lot of respondents who are bilingual or even have some English capacity, we've seen will still take the surveys in English, even if there's a Spanish toggle on the web and they can do it in Spanish. And for the instruments that collect which language was showing when the person responded, you can often see, like they'll respond in English and then they'll get to a question and they'll click over to the Spanish. And I suspect that can tell you a lot about the item or the translation. You know, I feel like I've read that somewhere, but I don't.
Yeah.
So it actually also seems to me that this is a place where psychometricians can be helpful, right? To think about how are items differentially functioning for people depending on first language or multilingual, et cetera, right? So I think there's a lot of item by item analysis that could be done, and there's sort of models already out there to think about how to do some of those.
Yep, Carlos.
So also related to the translation topic, so we put a lot of effort into translating our surveys because we want to standardize how questions are asked and all of that. But one piece of Paradata that we haven't really talked here, and I've always wanted to capture and haven't been able to do so, is how browsers do automatic translation of some text. So we invest resources in translating things and QCing those translations, but we believe that some respondents are not switching or toggling the language of the survey to see the questions that we translated, but using the default automatic translation that the browser enables. And that's a piece that we haven't been able to capture. So I don't know if anybody here has experience on how to capture that piece of information or not.
Looking like no. Yeah, so that's wide open, I think, for sure.
I know there's a way to disable it, like within the survey, because we ran into like a weird issue with it and we're able to turn it off, but I don't know about studying.
Okay, any other thoughts from folks online, in the chat? I haven't seen any questions recently, so.
Just one more popped up.
Yep.
Dr. Bacher writes, it's not so much a question, but more a topic for discussion that has briefly been touched. App Paradata, especially because of all the sensors, but also due to the non-linear approach, are very interesting, but also way more complex. And Dr. Lebdev writes, some web data collection softwares allow to disable it, at least automated translation with page being opened, but the Paradata itself is not collected.
Yeah, that's the big question is how do you catch that when a person's actually toggling or, yeah. Wait.
One topic that hasn't been touched upon is adjustments based on Paradata, or at least not so much. I don't have myself much experience with that, but I just wanted to throw it out there, and maybe someone want to share their own experiences with it.
So which type of adjustments are you referring to?
Yeah, just to correct measurements, general maybe a representation of the survey.
Yeah. Maybe panelists, I think James would probably have a lot to say about that.
For example. Yeah. Well, I think I said a little bit earlier, you know, I think Frauke talked about it yesterday. We had this kind of, we called it Club Z, where we just sort of all had this revelation. We're like, well, no, you know, we're not looking to build the most powerful propensity model ever built. We're really trying to figure out what's relevant for the problem at hand. And I feel like that's easy to get lost. I mean, because even I keep telling myself, wait, we don't want powerful predictors here necessarily. We're trying to find out things that are related to the outcomes that are going to be helpful in the end. And I think that's an important point. And I work with a lot of level of effort pair data that are useful for certain kinds of things, but not everything. And I think trying to figure out where and when to use something it's a big part of what we've been talking about for the last day and a half. But I think that's a useful kind of reminder.
Yep. Yeah, Henning, we've used it a lot for non-response adjustment, actually, like in observations, like interviewer observations, and you know, a couple of things we're working on right now is using observations for non-response adjustment that are collected on the entire sample, but then interviewer notes about the quality of the interview, whether people were engaged, comprehending, understanding, using those observations to create data quality classes. So say, you know, you find that you have a subset of respondents who are, you know, predicted to be in a class that represents very poor response behavior, providing that data quality indicator as a part of the public release data set that allows analysts to do sensitivity analyses that take out respondents who were poor based on those post-survey observations from the interviewers. Those are just a couple of things we're working on. So I have papers on the non-response adjustment, but only a couple papers right now on the idea of using the post-survey observations on respondents to do quality adjustments in that way. But those are just a couple examples of that. Yeah. Sydney.
Well, it's been used a lot for non-response adjustments too, but I'm just thinking too that, for example, on the census, Paradata are used a lot to improve the questionnaire during the test, really. They look at, when, and I remember some examples where the help page was really often open. It means there's something that's not clear. So they're using it to try to improve either like the help, like some examples to be added. So that's done a lot for the census because, I mean, it goes to the whole population, right? So that's the type of thing they do during the quantitative tests to really improve the experience for the people when they get to the real census, the questionnaire.
Yeah, Katie, I see another response just came up.
Yes, Jessica Holzberg writes, belated response, the census is doing research on the browser auto translation issue. Ray Ellis also had an AAPOR presentation on Paradata in different response languages in the decennial census.
Yeah, so Carlos, that might be a good one to look into. Yeah, good. That's great. Thanks, Jessica. Okay. Okay, yeah.
So there was discussion earlier about standardization and archiving your data. So I work at ICPSR, which is the archive at ISR, and I just want to share some of the common Paradata that I see. So as long as we have your survey instrument, we will have the survey pages and any skip patterns. And then what is often collected, but not always, is how the data was collected. So desktop or mobile, response time, and this could be based on the date of how the date someone started and someone ended, or it could be based on like the exact time and seconds of the date. And then sometimes we get minutes of length of time. Sometimes we get interviewer ID numbers. And then rarely or never we really get is response time per question, interviewer race, age, or gender, keystrokes, mouse movements, how the participant was contacted or numbers of contacts. That's something we don't always get. And a lot of the time this data is shared within the main data frame because we typically only get a few variables related to Paradata. So if you're thinking of sharing this data, what I would recommend is having a user guide for secondary data users and being like specific about when the data was collected. For example, like if you're clicking on like page or like what, yeah, sorry. But
Great, thanks.
For the folks in the room, we've had a couple links now shared in the chat. Maybe I could send those to Brady West for further distribution. Dr. Holzberg shared use of non-English languages in the 2020 census, insights from Paradata. And someone also shared a link to the West article on survival mentioned earlier.
Yeah, we'll try to capture those from the chat and send those back out. Cool, thank you. Thanks, Jessica. Yep. Okay, good. Other thoughts? So yeah, we've touched on a bunch of stuff. I think Tom and I are getting everything, so. Other thoughts for now, though? This has been a very broad-ranging discussion. It's what we hope for, so this has been good. If there are no other thoughts in the room or online, maybe just some final thoughts from the panelists, just about like, the one thing you'd like to see moving forward, you think, just to kind of summarize, if you were a funder, like what's the number one kind of methodological research that you'd want to fund right now? So maybe we can conclude there. So.
I really like Brady's early idea of having some like competition or something, like having PSID or some other data set out there and having some students or grad students working on that and seeing what comes out, because as I said in the beginning, I think there's still a lot of that is still open and unexplored.
And maybe just some information on sort of the kind of lower hanging fruit that most studies can provide easily, the sort of next level up, and what kinds of things are provided and where. It just seems like getting all of that in one place, thinking about mode effects and other ways that needs to be standardized would be helpful as a starting point. I think we're still in the early stages here.
I guess I would probably go back to the idea that I talked about earlier of cross-pollination, because I think there's a lot of things that even people in this room could be working on together that would be interesting to do. Or if you have a methodologist and a sociologist and a statistician and all the different people working together, I think we could find new things that working by ourselves we wouldn't necessarily find. And I know we do that in practice, but I think today we've heard a lot of options and potential new areas where this kind of collaboration could exist.
Thank you. I thought it was a great workshop. I really appreciate being invited. I don't know if I have any great thoughts. I mean, I guess my one thought is do something. Like like it feels to me like the PSID in particular is in a really good position because it has this sister surveys, in Europe and so forth. And if you take some of the tasks that are kind of done across these different surveys, focus on a set of Paradata that can be released on those, that at least gives you wide variety in context and the types of people answering the questions. And then I kind of think this is going to be demand driven. Like when people start to use it and get excited about it, they'll come to you and they'll tell you what they need.
Okay, wonderful. Oh, Kate, yeah. Yeah, Kate, you should probably conclude since you sponsored this entire thing. So.
Yeah, not just because of that, but no, I'm one of the things I actually had been imagining that might come out of this is I was hoping that perhaps NIA, I don't think John Phillips is on right now, but would feel inspired to, I don't know, come up with an RFA of some kind that would support work of this form. And as we know, I think that can be an organizing principle for all of us to think about what James was mentioning, thinking about all working together, collaborations across disciplines, other kinds of matters that we could imagine bringing together for this pursuit. And I was just searching NIH Reporter and some other things and trying to dig up, were there any RFAs? I wondered, Mick, if you knew. I wasn't able to identify anything in my quick search in these last few moments, and nothing on NIH Reporter that looks like it's really focused on this. And so it just seems to me like a burgeoning area, something that's really critical. I love the ideas of coming up with some kind of toolbox that would facilitate the interaction of scholars with these forms of data. And I'd love to do something at the ISR level, at least, where we might incentivize this through some kinds of pilot efforts or something else. So that's on the record, I guess, now. So now I got to come through. But I feel like if we were even to think about it at the university level, and perhaps we could act as a model.
Okay, great. So we'll try to share some of these links and so forth that came out of the chat with all of the registrants after the workshop's over here. So we'll work on that. As some of you may have noticed, this has also been recorded. So we'll do our best to make the recording available so people can look back on the different talks. Again, the presentations are all up on the Paradata Workshop website, so everybody should be able to download those. And I think, just keeping in communication, I think, we've had, again, like James saying, some cross-pollination here. So just staying in touch about possible research opportunities with others that you've met over the past day and a half or so would be a good idea, because I think there's a lot of really cool work going on. So, so I think let's give our panelists one round of applause, and thank you for helping and sharing your thoughts. So this has been great. We will draw everything to a close here then. So I want to thank everybody who joined online and helped out and contributed via the chats. That's been very helpful. And thanks again to all of our wonderful presenters, especially those who traveled quite far to be with us in person. So we're really happy everybody was able to do that. And thanks again to ISR for the sponsorship and the support and the all the wonderful food and everything that we've had the past day and a half. So it's been quite an exciting week in this building. And I think some of us are going to sleep well tonight. But
But yeah, this has been great. So thanks everybody again. And yeah, we'll look forward to working together in the future. So thank you.